it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Delphi Appeal Day. We actually have the appellate brief. So I'm going to preface what I'm about to say. But first, welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We're going to be covering the appellate brief in the Delphi case, the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. I need you guys to know before you guys in comments start talking too much, I have not read any of it. So no spoilers. I'm sure 1,000 other people are live or have already been live. I don't care. I have not read any of it or heard any of it. So please don't say anything in chat. C-Dub! Oh my gosh, I love you. Where have you been my whole life? So if somebody comes in with some spoilers, just let them know. I want to read through it myself. I don't want to listen to anybody else read it yet. I'm sure I will go back and listen to all kinds of people read it so I can absorb it. But just, I know that you guys have probably already heard bits and pieces. Just, I want to listen to it. Anyway, Sleuthy is still working, but we wanted to start on it because it is over 100 pages, and she will be joining as soon as she is available so that we can get her opinions and commentary on what the fuck we're reading. Yay! Happy Delphi Appeal Day! So let me say hi to you guys. Let me say hi to you guys in chat, and we're going to get started because I know we have a lot to read through. Sleuthy's like, beep. Yeah. Hi, Bailey. Hi, Baby Bill. I'm still at work, but I'm listening. What's up, Brian? Top chat check. Carla, not heard anything. I only get info. Oh, you're so sweet. Hi, Laura. I've not heard past page 25. Okay. Well, I've not heard any. I've not heard any page, so you're further than I am. Hi, Ben. Hi, Tammy. What's up, Patty? Feel like a bouncy ball. I just want to hear the readout from T. Oh, gosh. Oh, hi, Andy. Hi, Christy. C-Dub, where have you been? I've thought of you all the time. I've missed you. Hi, Lacey. What's up, Rexy? 31 months. Holy shiznit. That is crazy. It's crazy. We've all been jumping ship all day. Everybody's everywhere. What's up, Rex? Good to see you. Oh, you got your profile pic back. Good. I like it. Or it might be a new one because it's kind of tiny. But I read it, but I always feel like I miss a lot of details. So I need tea for that. Well, I'm like, I will end up like reading it, listening to other people read it. It's just like how my brain absorbs the information. I'm gonna have to rage read this shit. Well, hopefully it'll be it's gonna be very pro Richard Allen and all the shit that the cops did and Nick McClellan and Judge Gold did. So it will be kind of rage-inducing just because they're assholes. Constitutional apologist. That's a big one. What's up, Classic? Hey, Amy. I just watched Amy read through, and now I'm here, and we'll probably listen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll do all the same. What's up, BGOG? Okay, hi, Kyra. What's up, Keith? Okay, let me get to the bottom down here. I've been hectic living. I think about you lots and only turn on notifications back on because you're so sweet. I miss you. Hi, Hammy. Fur baby daddy. Haven't heard it. Can't wait. I'm gonna have to like look at your channel and see if that's the pic because I don't remember there being a hand in it. but it was a very handsome pic. So I'm sure this one is too. I just can't really see it because I'm old and I have tiny eyes. Okay. All right. You ready? Hey, Shaz. Gemini, what's up? Oh, hey, who dis? I made it to page 54. Okay. Cop Facts. Good to see you. I haven't seen you forever either. It's so good to see you. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Hey, Ramblin'. All kinds of people coming in. They're like, yay, finally, some actual information. Ems, Amanda. Yeah, I know. Hey, Ellen. Women deserve a reward for the dedication you have put in. A woman, you deserve a reward. Women. I can't see. My eyes are too small. I need to open them. Hold on. Women deserve a reward for dedication you put into this case. So I wanted to say personally, thank you for standing up for what's right. That is so sweet. Thank you so much. Yes, Rex, that is the picture you had. Such a good-looking guy. I love it. Even on the tiny one, that's the one you had. Yep. Hi, ATS. All right, here we go. Let's see. You guys ready? Okay. Do we need to do like a drum roll? That's not a very good drum roll. Somebody else do it. Thanks, Rex. You look thinner. Have you lost weight? I have. I have lost weight. Thank you for noticing. I think you're one of the first that has. Let's fucking go. That's what my son says. When he's in his room playing video games with his friends, he's like, let's go. Let's fucking go. We always make fun of him. So like when we're like leaving the house, we're always like, let's go, Jake. Let's go. All right, turning the camera off. Bada bing, bada boom. Here we go. Okay, Appellate Brief by Mark Lehman and Stacy Juliana. Dun, dun, dun. Table of contents. Let's see, do we have here statement of issues, statement of case, statement of facts, summary of argument. Okay, here's your argument. The trial court committed reversible error by admitting evidence seized from the unconstitutional search of Allen's home and denying a Franks hearing. So right off the bat, number one, Franks hearing denied. That's their first argument. The trial court erred by concluding that Detective Liggett did not make false statements or reckless omissions in his affidavit. This is just table of contents. I'm just kind of seeing what we're going to be getting into. Liggett omitted and changed key information that undermined his conclusion and that Allen was bridge guy. Liggett's omissions and false statements recklessly misled the judge. With the omitted and accurate evidence, the affidavit was insufficient to establish probable cause. The problem I have with this, you guys, is that Diener would have signed fucking anything. So I don't know. But I mean, they would have been arguing about probable cause versus Liggett being a liar. The error requires reversal. Okay. At minimum, Allen is entitled to remand for a Franks hearing. Oh, they're at the beginning. I don't know that, Sleuthy. I haven't read. So I wanted to see what I was even getting into. See? This is why I need you. Table of authorities. Okay, we don't need any of that right now. That's all the case law. Okay, here's your statement of issue. Please don't read the citations. I'm not reading all the citations. But if they're good ones, I might want to go dig into them. Whether the search of Allen's home was unconstitutional and the resulting evidence inadmissible because law enforcement omitted or altered key facts in the warrant application. Okay, 2, whether statements Allen made while gravely disabled during unprecedented pretrial solitary confinement were involuntary, the product of unconstitutional detention, and inadmissible. Whether the trial court denied Allen his right to a fair trial to present a complete defense, to explain the scene, and impeach the investigation. Okay, so we'll just touch on these real quick because I think everybody here understands what each is, but in case you don't, or you're newer to the case, I want to kind of talk about it. So this is basically, number one is Liggett lying on the affidavit for the search warrant, getting Judge Diener to sign off on it. So that would be the big one right there. Number 2 is these 2 months of psychosis that Richard Allen was undergoing when he was in solitary confinement at Westville Prison, where he's banging his head against the wall. They're not turning the lights off. They're screaming at him to kill himself. So the solitary confinement. So he's in there suffering from psychosis. The doctors decide to start just giving him involuntary Haldol injections, and he's now saying, I think I killed him. I cheated on my wife. I never cheated on my wife. I cheated on my cigarettes. I really love Taco Bell, and all kinds of incoherent ramblings that the jury didn't get to hear. And then number 3, whether the trial court denied Allen's right to a fair trial. This is completely having to do with third party, that she denied anything. I'm saying that there was no nexus for any third party people, most specifically saying the reason there was no nexus was because there was no DNA. Well, there's no Richard Allen DNA either. So on October 28th, 2022, the state charged Richard Allen with 2 counts of felony murder by kidnapping, which was amended on March 22nd to add 2 counts of murder. On November 11th of 2024, following a 25-day trial, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all counts. The trial court sentenced Allen to an aggregate sentence of 130 years. Allen filed a motion to correct errors, which the trial court denied. On February 14th, 2007, here's your statement of facts. So anybody looking for just a brief little tiny background. On February 14, 2017, 14-year-old Libby and 13-year-old Abby were found dead in the woods. 2 days later, Allen, like many others, came forward and reported that he had been on the trail that day and saw 3 girls. Because law enforcement wanted to know whether he had seen any possible suspects, he was interviewed in a parking lot. After the interview, the lead was marked, quote unquote, cleared. Hey, JJ. Hi, All Eyes. Hey, Cat. The lead was marked cleared, and the report was misfiled. Oh my God, the fucking report was not misfiled. Why are they saying that? Why are they saying it's misfiled? It's not there's no misfiling. It's put into the system. Everything is done correctly. Nothing is misfiled. Why are they saying this? Allen then returned to his job, family, and home in the small Delphi community for the next 5 years. He did not sell his car, destroy his clothes, dispose of his gun, or relocate, but continued his normal routine. No witness identified Allen as Bridge Guy. When the report was rediscovered in September of 2022, law enforcement insisted Allen was Bridge Guy without a single eyewitness. Over the next several years, the state built its case against Allen. So here's one. The Bridge Guy video, or the warrant, and then there's the Bridge Guy video. On February 13th of 2017, around 1:30 p.m., Libby's older sister dropped off Libby and Abby at the Monon High Bridge Trail to explore and take photos. The girls had the day off from school, and the weather was God. They had to make sure this was in there. The weather was unseasonably warm. You know what, Michael? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe she did. All Eyes or Sleuthy. Can one of you guys check and see if she actually said that? Because I don't honestly remember if Kathy Shank testified it was misfiled. But the whole point is it was never misfiled. It was put into Orion correctly and everything done correctly the way that it was supposed to be. I don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole because I want to stay on what we're talking about. But there's some interesting things about when that report, the quote unquote report that Kathy Shank found in her box in her drawer, was even printed. So she prints it way later and then has it in her own files. And then she adds to it years later. But it was already in Orion. There was like no issues with the way that this was done. Doolin went and followed up on the tip. He sent in his information. He put it in, everything's put into Orion, and it's all said, all is done. There's no, and it's marked as cleared, done. And then it becomes very complicated because they have to be able to explain why, where, and how this tip is all over the fucking place. But if you look at the original print date on it, that's why I said I don't want to get too far down there because I don't know. I don't remember all the details off the top of my head right now, but somebody in chat might. Okay, unseasonably warm. Bum, bum, bum. In November 2025, the clerk filed an amended notice of completion of the transcript. Okay, I don't care about that. When the girls failed to meet Libby's father at the specified time and no one could reach them, Libby's family contacted police and an extensive search began. The next day around noon, the girls were found murdered in the woods near Deer Creek, not far from the High Bridge. The best evidence law enforcement had was Libby's phone found at the scene under Abby's body. At 2:13 and 51 seconds, Libby recorded a 43-second video showing Abby walking across the bridge with someone, quote-unquote bridge guy, behind her. Law enforcement enhanced the video, yielding the following. Okay, this photo that everybody's seen all over the news. It looks nothing like Richard Allen to me, but whatever. The man is heard telling the girls down the hill. The law enforcement set up a tip line, and many people came forward. 16-year-old Rayleigh Voorhees, her sisters Isabel Voorhees and Anna Spath, and her friend Bree Wilbur told police they were on the trail, and as they were leaving, they saw a man near the entrance to the Freedom Bridge. Betsy Blair, who frequently walked the trails for exercise, came forward and told police she saw a white man on the bridge standing on a platform that seemed to be waiting for someone. She thought the man was the guy in the video because he was wearing the same clothes. When she reached the bridge, she turned around and noticed two girls approaching. 4 months after the murder, law enforcement interviewed Sarah Carbaugh. She told police that on February 13th, while driving eastbound on County Road 300, she saw a muddy man wearing a tan coat walking west toward town. After seeing the image of Bridge Guy in the media, Carbaugh said he possibly was the man she had seen. Okay, so 5.5 years later, Richard Allen. On September 21st of 2022, law enforcement rediscovered the tip from Allen. In the February 2017 tip, Allen called and said he was on the bridge between maybe 1 and 3 and saw 3 girls. Allen shared his address, his phone number, and his MEID number for his phone, which is a unique identifier that can be used to track a phone's location. The lead investigators immediately started investigating now 50-year-old Allen. They believed that the man the 4 girls, Rayleigh Voorhees and others, saw on the trail was Bridge Guy. Allen still lived in the same house and worked at the same CVS store in Delphi as he did in 2017. On October 13th of 2022, when police showed up at his house, Allen agreed to talk with them. After riding to the station with police, Allen patiently answered questions about his personal life and the walk he took on his day off 5.5 years earlier. Allen explained that spending the morning with his mom on February 13th, 2017, he went home to get a jacket before going to the trails. He walked out to the first platform of the High Bridge, looked at the fish, and then walked back before returning home to watch the stock market. He explained that he came forward after law enforcement asked to speak with anyone who had been on the trail. The next day, a DNR officer interviewed him in a parking lot. Allen believed he told the officer he was on the trail between noon and 1:30 or 1:45. He could only recall seeing 3 girls leaving the trail. Being 5 years past, Allen could not remember what car he drove or the clothes that he wore. He remembered wearing blue jeans and a jacket. When asked what type of jacket, Allen did not remember and listed all the jackets he owned: a blue Carhartt, a black Carhartt, or off-brand with a hood, sweatshirts, hoodies, and fleece. He kept a skull cap in his jacket. He could have been wearing tennis shoes or boots. This is kind of funny because all the very pro Richard Allen is guilty people are like, he even said he was wearing the same clothes that Bridge Guy was wearing. When law enforcement asked for consent to search, Allen expressed concern that they were making him, quote unquote, somebody's fall guy by trying to fit pieces together that do not fit to close the case. Pretty intelligent there, Rick. He was confused, thinking they were talking to him to look for helpful information. Although he understood they had to clear everyone on the trail, he was bothered by the time passage. After a break, law enforcement returned more confrontational with Allen, who became frustrated with being accused of murder. Yeah, and law enforcement contacting his wife and daughter while he was at the station. Confronting Allen with the bridge guy photo, Allen responded, "If that is taken with the girl's phone, that is not me. I have never met those girls before." They accused Allen of admitting he wore the same clothes as bridge guy, and Allen corrected the investigator, reminding him that he said he could have been wearing a sweatshirt. Allen added that everyone has looked at the bridge guy photo for years. To him, it did not even look like bridge guy was wearing a Carhartt. Finally, when law enforcement accused him of either being out there to kill the girls or to introduce them to someone, Allen said, "Good luck finding anything that points to that." Despite Allen repeatedly telling law enforcement, "Arrest me or take me home," they would not stop. Allen eventually had to get up and walk out to end the interview. The story that Detective Liggett told the judge. On October 13th of 2022, the state applied for a warrant for Allen's home, car, and electronics. Liggett's probable cause affidavit, he concluded that Allen is the last individual to have contact with Libby and Abby, and is the individual depicted on the Monon High Bridge from the trail taken from Libby's phone. He reasoned that Allen admitted he was wearing a blue jacket and a head covering like bridge guy and was on the trail bridge around the time of the abduction and witnessed the four girls, Blair and Carbaugh, saw a man they believed to be bridge guy wearing a blue jacket. And so he was there wearing a blue jacket, and bridge guy was wearing a blue jacket. And he's not even sure he was wearing a blue jacket, but we're going to say that he was anyway. And this head covering, but yet he had nothing around his face. And his wife even said he would never wear anything around his face. He'd freeze first. So Liggett implied that Blair and the girls saw the same man because they similarly described his jacket. This is the moment in time where Sarah Carbaugh, old bridge guy sketch, and Betsy Blair, young bridge guy sketch, have to become the same person. Regardless what Indiana State Police has already put out, that they know exactly who the first guy was, the old bridge guy was, and that they're looking for a new person. That everybody has to get on the same page now. Those two are the same people. You have to have Doug Carter's magic hands and put the sketches together, and then they become the same person. That's how it works. So Detective Liggett concluded that Allen drove his black 2016 Ford Focus, even though Richard Allen didn't know which car he drove, and parked it at the old CPS building on 300 North, although Richard Allen says that's not where he parked, but maybe he'd had parked there at times, but not sure that's where he parked. So, but now he's like, yep, Richard Allen says I drove my Ford Focus and I parked at the old CPS lot on 300 North. He claimed the witnesses saw a car backed into a parking spot at the CPS building. Wilson felt the driver of the car was trying to conceal the license plate. Wilson said the car was a purple PT Cruiser or a small SUV type. Blair and Wilson drew a diagram and had the vehicle they saw parked in the same general area and manner. So, I mean, we don't even add in what McWhirter or anybody else who saw completely different vehicles. They're not in here yet, or if at all. So the part of the story that Detective Liggett did not tell the judge is Blair's description of bridge guy did not match Richard Allen. Detective Liggett did not tell the judge about the differences between Blair's description of the man on the bridge and Allen's disappearance. Just 3 days after the murders, Blair described the man as white, age 20, medium build, brown curly hair. An artist completed this sketch, which Blair rated a 10 out of 10 for accuracy. Young bridge guy. In 2019, Liggett personally interviewed Blair, who again described the man as slender, youthful, boyish looking, in his 20s to early 30s, no facial hair, and with poofy hair like the sketch portrayed, which she still gave a 9 out of 10 in accuracy. At the time of the murders, Allen was 44 years old, 5'6", and had very short hair. So Blair's description of the oddly parked car did not match Allen's. So Liggett also omitted that Blair's description of the oddly parked car as resembling a 1965 Ford Comet with sharper angles. Below is her drawing of the car compared. Oh gosh, where's DB? Who's going to put this in your all eyes? Which one of you guys going to do it? Who's going to do it? Here's Betsy Blair's sketch of the car. 10 out of 10 for accuracy, Betsy. I'll give it to you. Blair also said the oddly parked car was a nondescript color, but not black. Blair did not believe the man on the bridge was the same man Carbaugh saw walking down the road. There it is, Miku's headphones did it. Yeah, they put 5'6". He's not 5'6", but you know, where is that? Is that what they put in here? Yeah, he's not 5'6" though. I'm pretty sure he's 5'5". From all of his intake stuff, I'm pretty sure that they've gone with consistently with 5'5". But he's definitely not 6'7". Definitely not 6'7". Okay, Blair did not believe the man on the bridge was the same man Carbaugh saw walking down the road. So Liggett omitted that Blair told him the man Carbaugh described walking down the road is not the same man she saw on the bridge. Below is Carbaugh's sketch. Oh, look at the color detail in this that they have in this brief. So this is interesting. I don't think ours ever has had the hi boobies. I don't think ours has ever had FBI Detroit plants. I don't think we've ever seen who actually did this sketch. I don't think we've ever actually seen that. But didn't Michael, didn't he actually change it though? And that was one of the things that Dan testified to, is like that he looked up his fishing license and he changed the height on his fishing license, which made him completely sus, except for he made himself shorter, closer to Bridge Guy's height. Oh. Clowns. Yeah, I don't think we've ever actually seen that. So that's kind of just an interesting side piece to know who actually did it. After talking with Blair in 2019, ISP issued a press release distinguishing the man Carbaugh saw from the man on the bridge. It explained the men are not the same person. This is their big press release, and that Blair's sketch is representative of the face of the person captured in the video of Libby's cell phone. Thank you guys for bringing that up in this. Carbaugh said the man walking down the road was wearing a tan coat. Detective Liggett also made false statements in the affidavit. He claimed that an interview was done of Sarah Carbaugh in 2017, and she stated she saw a man wearing blue-colored jacket and was muddy and bloody. Carbaugh, in her 2017 interview, Carbaugh did not describe the man as bloody, only muddy. She said he was wearing a tan jacket. Well, that's just not going to work. That's not going to work. We need him to be wearing a blue jacket and be muddy and bloody. Let's fix it. Liggett falsely... Okay, Allen never said he was wearing a blue Carhartt, and his wife said Allen had purchased his current Carhartt a couple years earlier. Nothing new in the appeal. Obviously, you have no idea what you're talking about. So you're just going to be here to troll, and please don't be here. Otherwise, if you want to just state an opinion and move on, then you can do that, Peter. But nothing new is not about anything. There's nothing new. Nothing new needs to be in an appeal. Let me just educate you very quickly. For the appeal, this has to be constitutional violations. This is things that actually happened at trial. Doesn't need to be anything new. This isn't post-conviction relief. This isn't about getting him a new trial based on new evidence. So you're looking at it in the wrong aspect. This is everything to do with law, about our Constitution. Not sure if you're an American or not, but if you are, you should really give a shit about the Constitution. So nothing new doesn't mean that nothing wrong ever happened. Just pay attention. So Alan never said he was wearing the blue Carhartt. His wife had said that his Carhartt was he bought his Carhartt a couple years earlier. Liggett falsely stated that Alan said he was wearing a black or blue Carhartt with a hood and a head covering. Alan told investigators that he did not know what he was wearing, and it could have been anything from a Carhartt to a sweatshirt, and that he kept a skull cap in his jacket. Although Alan's wife said he had a blue Carhartt in 2022, Liggett left out that she said Alan purchased that coat a couple of years ago. The girls were killed in 2017. I really hope that at some point, since we've gone through this whole Carhartt thing, that Kathy Allen or somebody with this jacket was able to go and actually figure out when this jacket was purchased, because it's on the jacket. The date is on the jacket when it's manufactured. The trial court issued the warrant. Law enforcement seized from Alan's home multiple items, including a 6-hour gun, knives, casings, and the Carhartt-type jacket, with a white and yellow patch on the front pocket. These items featured prominently during Alan's trial, which that jacket of Bridge Guy has no yellow on it at all. At the scene, officers found an unspent, unfired .40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge near Libby's right ankle. When ISP analyst Melissa Oberg cycled 6 cartridges, 6 of them, you guys, 6 cartridges through Alan's gun, she did not find any marks that matched the marks on the cycled round at the scene. Thus, she could not establish a link between Alan's gun and the unspent round at the scene. 6. She cycled 6. Oberg then fired 4 cartridges from Alan's gun. She compared the markings on the spent cartridges to the markings on the unspent cartridge at the scene and concluded that Alan's gun was the source of some of the markings on the unspent cartridge at the murder scene. Hey, Mav. That is crazy. But remember, she's never wrong. She's never been wrong. Her colleagues have been wrong and she's told them so, but she's never been wrong. After learning of Oberg's conclusion on October 26th of 2022, law enforcement interrogated Alan again. For about 1.5 hours, Detective Holman accused Alan of killing Abby and Libby, or at least being involved. Right, because Holman still to this day absolutely believes that Keegan Kline was involved with Richard Allen. 1 month, baby. Woo woo. Post-punk mama, that's so funny. It's like I'm in your brain. Alan explained the very day the police asked anyone on the trail to come forward, that is what he did. I went for a walk on the trail and went home, and I did not murder 2 little girls. Detective Holman repeatedly confronted Alan with Oberg's conclusion that marks on the casing at the scene matched his gun. Each time Alan denied the bullet at the scene was from his gun. Holman even claimed the methodology was scientific and like fingerprints. I hope that they put his paternity test comment in here somewhere. Exhausted and frustrated by Detective Holman's relentless accusations that he murdered Abby and Libby, Alan consistently said he could not tell him what happened to the girls because he did not know. He did not know how that round got between the girls or how they died. He emphatically stated, I did not murder 2 little girls. Despite Detective Holman's lying about experts identifying Alan and his voice on the video, Alan continued to deny he was Bridge Guy. Holman tried a different lie, saying 5 witnesses saw Alan with Libby and Abby and a gun. Again, Alan said it did not happen. I don't care how stressed out I get. I'm not going to admit to something I had nothing to do with. Holman tried to use Alan's depression against him, claiming it was because he killed 2 little girls. That did not work. Holman even used Alan's wife as an interrogation tool. While Alan was being interrogated, ISP told her that the bullet at the scene matched her husband's gun. When they brought her in, I want those interviews so bad. I want the conversations they were having with Kathy Allen. When they brought her in to see Allen, he hugged her and said, "It's going to be all right." While left alone together, she asked how his bullet got at the scene, and he repeated what he told Detective Holman. "I am not going to say something I did not do. I can't explain something I don't understand." He told her, "I know that no bullet from my gun was connected with a murder in any way, shape, or form." ISP lied to Allen's wife too, telling her that a witness identified Allen. Allen assured her they are not going to get away with this and told her, "I am sorry you are having to hurt. I am sorry I am having to go through it." Solitary confinement. Just a few days after 50-year-old Allen was arrested for the first time in his life, he was sent to the IDOC as a quote-unquote safekeeper, the Indiana Department of Corrections. Transferred him to the Westville Correctional Unit, a maximum security segregation unit for the worst of the worst. The movies refer to it as the hole, used mostly to punish. Allen was the first safekeeper in any IDOC employee's memory to be placed in the Westville Correctional Unit. Pretrial safekeepers with mental health issues are usually placed in a mental health unit. The IDOC knew Allen had major depressive disorder and was hospitalized in 2019 for suicidal ideation. He received a D mental health code, the second most severe, entitling him to one out-of-cell psychologist visit weekly. During the visits, Allen was shackled and confined in a 3-by-3-foot cage, separated from the psychologist. Allen had no face-to-face interaction unless shackled or separated by bars. Outside his cell, he was restrained with leg irons, handcuffs, and a belly chain on a lead. Other Westville inmates and general population lived in dorms. They played games. They ate together. They watched TV and moved more freely. But remember, Richard Allen was treated better than everybody else. Allen was placed in a strip cell, stripped of everything but the bare necessities. Allen's cell was an 8.4 by 12.5 with a camera, a mattress on a concrete slab, and a bug infestation. His only view was a narrow window facing a razor wire fence. Meals were passed through a door slot. He ate alone on the floor or bed. Allen was recorded 24/7 with suicidal companions outside his cell door writing down his statements and behavior, and guards with video cameras filming his showers, movements outside the cell, and attorney meetings. IDOC knew solitary confinement could worsen Allen's MDD and even cause psychosis, and their policy restricts the time inmates with serious mental illness can stay in solitary to 30 days. Hold on real quick. What is this, Tammy? Tammy just sent me something. Our office is requesting transmission of all transcripts. Who is this? Oh, wait. The clerk of the appellate courts. Okay, so the clerk of the appellate court. This is totally side. Let me just bring this over here so you guys can see what the hell I'm even reading. So Tammy just sent this to me. So the clerk of, that's why I was like, who is this? The clerk of the appellate courts. Hey, Carrie Sherry. The clerk of the appellate courts has now asked, pursuant to the appellate rule, our office is requesting transmission of all transcripts, all the exhibits, including exhibits in the form of audio and video recordings for the above referenced matter to our office within 10 business days. So this is filed by Sharon in the Carroll County Circuit Court. That's why I got confused, because I was like, wait a minute. So this is the appellate courts requesting from Carroll County saying, hey, We now want all of the transcripts, all of the exhibits, every exhibit, including the audio and video recordings that you have. We want everything that you've got for this case. So I don't know if Michael's still in here. He can tell me how normal that is. Like, this is a typical thing that gets filed, or is this something interesting? To me, it seems interesting, but okay. So IDOC new solitary confinement could worsen Alan's MDD. I already read this. Psychosis, and their policy restricts to solitary to minimum of 30 days. It is weird. Okay, thank you, Michael. I'd be curious what you think of that. Because I'm like, that's not something I've ever seen before, but I'm no attorney. Okay, so they can only stay in solitary for 30 days, but the IDOC did not apply that policy to Alan, and he remained in the most secure solitary cell in Westville Correctional Unit for 13 months. Okay, Michael has no idea what to think. All right, well, when you come up with your thoughts, let us know. On arrival at Westville in November of 2022, Alan appeared like a deer in the headlights, but was coherent, quiet, and weighed 180 pounds. By April of 2023, he weighed 135 pounds, was psychotic, and gravely disabled. Is anybody going to take this like seriously at any time? Like, everybody just like washes this, not everybody, but these courts just seem to not give a shit about this. That within like less than 6 months, this is what they did to him. This is what they did to a constitutionally innocent human being. Early in custody, Alan maintained his innocence and believed solitary was meant to, quote unquote, tear him down. He told his psychologist, fucking Dr. Walla, that he felt like a broken man after 2 weeks. And she's like, fuck yes, we're getting somewhere. We're doing what we're supposed to. Alan described a quiet, normal, Walla, if you're listening, fuck you. Alan described a quiet, normal life previously. Alan was extremely devoted to his wife. On November 14th of 2022, he emotionally told her, if this becomes too much for you, call the detectives and I will tell them whatever they want to know. By January 26th of 2023, Alan was expressing paranoia. In late March and early April, around the time Alan received his discovery and met with his attorneys, Alan's behavior suddenly worsened. Guards thought he was acting up. He refused meals, became nonsensical, spoke of old Bear Claw hypnotizing him. I remember that. Yes, that was Sleuthy. That was definitely for Sleuthy. He spoke of old Bear Claw. I don't remember. Does anybody remember this? Am I just like totally blanking on this memory? Spoke of old Bear Claw hypnotizing him. I remember that he said that he starts World War III. And he acted like he was from the medieval times. Holy shit. I do not remember that. I don't remember this. I just remember him starting World War III. I don't remember old Bear Claw. Or being hypnotized. Like, I remember the medieval times kind of thing. It's in your timeline. Okay. Okay. All right. And he ripped legal mail, washed his face in the toilet, and drank toilet water. He stuck a spork into his genitalia and covered himself in feces, spit, and vomit. Stuck a spork into his genitalia. Video from early April showed Alan frightened, extremely thin, bleeding, shaking, contorting, and interacting with non-existent stimuli. And then there's the videos. He was pacing back and forth, eating his Bible, and hitting his head on the cell door. My God. On video from April 12th, he was naked while he flapped his hands and punched the air. He counted imaginary objects, pulled feces, oh my God, pulled feces from his anus and smeared it into his food and marched in place. Totally sane. Yeah, these are the actions of a totally sane man. Or if you believe the some idiots on social media, this was all just a setup. He was doing all of this just so people thought he was crazy. Yeah, stuck a spork in his genitalia just so people would think he was not okay. Let's stick a spork in somebody's genitalia. Right, Ems. Typical Friday night, Keith. I know this. It's just this is hard to listen to. Please forgive me if I say something stupid and a bad attempt at humor. No, I totally get it. That's me. You literally are talking about me. I will say stupid things in an attempt because it's like, oh, this is somebody's reality. Like, that's fucking heavy. It's heavy to think that a human being, and a constitutionally innocent human being, that there's police who think he did it. So this is what they create. This is what they set up in order to prove their case. This is what they wanted. This was all very beneficial for them, to torture this human being into sticking sporks in his own penis and eating his own poop. And then people are like, ho, 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 it's so funny. So funny. Like, this isn't somebody who had been tried, convicted, nothing. This was just a regular dude they took off the street and said, put him in max security, solitary confinement, and let's see what we can get him to do. Like a fucking experiment. So if you have to, sometimes you have to say stupid shit to make yourself laugh, because to think that this is actually how we treat other human beings in our world, it's vile. And so you have to sometimes say stupid shit to make yourself laugh so that you don't break everything around you. I mean, that's just, it's really how it is. So yeah, no, I get it. So I have a really stupid sense of humor sometimes. Okay, so by April 13th, Alan's health had become dire. The IDOC psychiatrist, Dr. Martin, like, you got to come in, Dr. Martin. You got to take a look at this. Saw him naked, covered in his feces, with brown fluid from his mouth from eating. Oh my God, I'm going to throw it. From eating it. Dr. Martin found him, quote unquote, very psychotic, hallucinating, and incompetent to consent to treatment. My Chansey, thank you. 23 months. Hot diggity damn. On April 14th, the IDOC ordered involuntary medication and found him gravely disabled. They didn't find him that way. They made him that way. They made him that way. A working diagnosis of MDD with psychosis. He had lost an abnormal amount of weight and was not sleeping. No, that nobody considered it a norm. They were like, oh my God, he's in his healthy weight range for his height. His BMI is like perfect, you guys. Like, oh my gosh, this is like total fitness right here. Not, oh, he lost all of that weight within months and was eating his poop. Haldol produced minimal improvement. He continued to speak in loose associations about things like nuclear war, poisoning, dying, losing reality, cryogenic eyeballs. And not remembering confessions he had already given. That was his whole, well, if I said I did it, I must have done it. Like, why would I say I did it if I didn't do it? Like, I don't know why I would say I didn't do it. Why did I do it? If I said I did it, I must have done it. Yeah, cryogenic eyeballs. That's an interesting one. I don't remember that either. He also continued to play with his feces. After letting Allen sit in his feces for 2 hours on April 23rd, he was removed from his cell and given a shower. Allen's symptoms continued through May. On May 3rd, Dr. Walla diagnosed Allen with a brief psychotic disorder, noting he had disorganized speech and behavior, but no delusions or hallucinations. So him saying that he's being hypnotized by old bear paw or whatever the name was, that is not a delusion or hallucination. That must really be happening. Because it's just disorganized speech and behavior. There's no delusions or hallucinations. He's totally okay. These are totally normal people. Everybody look away. None of this is sus. Angela, right, I know. Illinois, actually. She lives in Illinois. Who are we talking about, Sleuthy? Did I miss it? Sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they staged that awful picture. You kind of have to, Ems. Old Bear Claw is real and has cyborg eyes. That now makes sense. Oh, Peter. Peter, duh. Yeah, of course. I don't know why he wouldn't want to read this. This is totally up his alley. Yep. No delusions, no hallucinations. All is well. On May 25th, his shot was still not working. Allen paced for 2 hours and banged the back and front of his head on the metal door for about an hour. Despite his self-injury and a visible goose egg on his head, no one checked on him. Because nobody gave a shit. The next day, Allen had 2 black eyes from banging his head, and on June 5th, the IDOC was administered another 30-day involuntary emergent Haldol injection. So they're not working yet. Okay, so these injections are not working according to the doctors. He's not delusional or hallucinating according to the doctor, Dr. Walla, anyway. Just a little disorganized speech and behavior. But let's go ahead and give him some more Haldol, guys. Bear claw, I think of like Native American, like doing like a oh my god, why can't I think of what they smoke right this second? That word is like gone. You know, and they all get in the tent and they smoke their, what the fudge is the word? Bear claws are pastries, but I'm thinking like, somebody tell me what the dang word is. It's gonna drive me insane that I can't think of it. Peyote. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. And then now they're like, yeah, Richard Allen, you did all these things. Okay. On June 20th of 2023, Allen was catatonic and extremely skinny. The guards carried him to the infirmary, strapped in a chair. After his visit, he remained vacant while staff wiped drool from his mouth. The same day, Dr. Martin claimed Alan was coherent, oriented, not psychotic, and had been free of psychosis for 7 weeks, returning to baseline on May 2nd. Oh, shit. Dr. Martin, you piece of shit. If my memory serves, I believe that when Dr. Martin was testifying at trial, they did bring this up and they got him to essentially admit that, yeah, obviously he was still suffering from some type of defect at this point in time, and that he just didn't know it, that Dr. Martin didn't know it. I think they got him to kind of recant and take back what he said. Okay, Alan confessed to his family over the phone on April 3rd, May 10th, May 17th, June 5th, and June 11th. And on April 3rd, he told his wife, "I did it. I killed Abby and Libby." Later said, "Maybe I did. I think I did." On May 17th, Alan insisted to his mother that he killed the girls. The next day, on May 18th, Alan banged his head against his cell door to the point he had a gash. On June 5th and 11th, Alan told his wife he did it, but that he has lost his mind. He's probably going to kill himself. Feels like he's already in hell and does not understand what is happening. Okay, so the guards. From April through June, guards repeatedly heard Alan confess, "I killed Abby and Libby," admits bizarre behavior. His statements occurred while he was smeared in feces, rolled in it, drank toilet water, shouted at his shadow, sang, masturbated, paced, saluted, asked nonsensical questions, hit his head, and asked if he was dead. Jesus. Don't let Ange from R&M read this part at all, because she is too empathetic. She would not handle this. I'm struggling. She's going to really struggle. On April 29th, Alan made a more specific statement to a guard, claiming he killed 2 girls in Delphi with a box cutter that he stole from and left in the trash at CVS. He was going to rape them, but he panicked and killed them. He said they were screaming. No. Just the day before, he was covered in feces. Somebody needs to check on Ange if she has read it, because this is going to be hard on her. On April 5th, Alan's emotions shifted rapidly. He questioned whether he was God. He slipped a sheet under the door, wanting to confess to the warden. Later, Alan told Dr. Walla, "I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry." He had intense eye contact, bizarre smiling, and circumstantial thought. Although he would go off on a tangent and sometimes never return to the original topic, Dr. Walla claimed his confession was concise. Alan said he was motivated by sex, but was uncertain whether he had sex with the girls. He also confessed to molesting his sister and his daughter, claims that are contradicted by both his sister and his daughter. 2 days later, Alan asked Dr. Walla if he had confessed. On May 2nd, Alan was very tangential, repeating himself and jumping between topics. He said, "I killed Abby and Libby. I will kill everyone. I will wipe out the whole world after I die." He mentioned World War III, was confusing nightmares and reality, thought he must have schizophrenia, was randomly saying methamphetamine. Somebody said that earlier in the chat too. And telling people, including Dr. Walla, that he loved them. The day before, Dr. Walla was unable to have a meaningful conversation with him. On May 3rd, he confessed to following the girls to the bridge when the bullet fell out, and that he said down the hill. He was going to rape them but saw a van. He crossed the creek, slit their throats, and covered their bodies with tree branches. He also said he feared missing Easter thought his interactions with Dr. Walla were fake, and was paranoid about his safety. After entering a summary into Allen's record, Dr. Walla destroyed her notes. Yeah, let's get rid of that. That's not recorded. This entire confession is the one that she just wrote down and said happened. No, there's no proof. Nothing of this has anything to do. Her handwritten notes are gone. We're at page 30. Yeah, trust me, bro. On May 10th, with Dr. Walla present, Allen told his wife, "I did this. I killed Abby and Libby," while also insisting he was losing his mind. He continued believing he was dead, that the world would blow up if he fell asleep, that water was poisoned, and that he was reliving the same day. Dr. Walla listened to podcasts about Allen 3 hours a day while commuting to work. Before Allen was arrested, she researched a suspect in the IDOC's database, and after she treated Allen, she posted on social media about his case. Yeah, hopefully this gets a little bit more attention than this just tiny paragraph, but yeah. So witnesses in trial. So beginning October 17th of 2024, the state tried Allen on 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of felony murder. During the 25-day trial, the state built its case against Allen on 7 points. So what the jury heard: 1, Bridge Guy. The jury saw the video of Bridge Guy on Libby's phone. They also heard from 2 of the 4 girls, Rayleigh and Blair, Rayleigh and Bree, Betsy Blair, and Sarah Carbaugh. After seeing the video, the witnesses believed they saw Bridge Guy on February 13th of 2017. Blair thought she saw him on the platform of the bridge. She described the man as white, possibly in his 20s or 30s, with brown poofy hair and a youthful, boyish appearance. She also believed she saw Abby and Libby approaching the bridge while the man was still on it. Blair's Fitbit data placed her near the bridge at the time of Libby German's video. Although Carbaugh in 2017 reported seeing a muddy man in a tan coat at about 4 p.m. walking west on 300 North toward town, by trial, she was claiming that the man was muddy and bloody and wearing a blue jacket. She was also kind of a bitch to Baldwin. That's not it. Also, surveillance video captured a car like Allen's driving down 300 North at 1:27 p.m. The prosecutor argued that this was Allen shortly before he parked and walked to the trail, and that Carbaugh saw Allen walking back to his car after committing the murders. At trial, no witnesses identified Allen as Bridge Guy. The prosecutor, however, told the jury that Allen must be Bridge Guy because every witness is adamant the person they saw was Bridge Guy. But none of them can even say the person they saw was Richard Allen. It's the fucking craziest shit. This is crazy. Is adamant that the person they saw was Bridge Guy. There's no doubt in their mind, and Blair, according to the prosecutor, must have seen Allen right before the girls because Allen told us he went out onto the Monon High Bridge out to the first platform, which is exactly what Betsy Blair told you. Although Daniel Pearson was already there, freaking Dave McCain was out there. You got all these girls that are out there, and they all happen to stop at this first platform. This is the master manipulation of Nick McClelland. Trooper Harshman, who had listened to Allen's jail calls, believed it was Allen's voice on the video. I hope this is a bigger point in here at some point too, because this fucking Trooper Harshman doesn't know Richard Allen and can't just go making up whatever the fuck he wants because he's no expert in voice recognition. Where did you get your voice recognition degree, Mr. Trooper Harshman? All right, give me a second. I'm gonna take it. I don't know what I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna just vape for a second. Hold on. This is fucking ridiculous. This is so much. This is so. It's like yes, all the things that we already know, but like compacting them into like this one thing. It's just like reliving all of the bullshit all at once. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like here's all of the bad shit that has happened, and we're gonna compile it into this document, and then you're going to read it and you're going to go, holy crap. Everybody take a hit of something. Yeah, it's everything we already know, but very well written. All right, sorry, I was just reading an email. Okay. Okay, so the bullet. The jury heard from a battle of firearms experts over the bullet. For the state, Oberg testified that when she matched test firings from Allen's gun to the well, dang it, there's a typo. I think it's the first typo I've seen. The unspent casings at the murder scene, she applied the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners methodology. She gave an error rate for the methodology of 2.2% for false positives and 2.87% for false negatives. She discussed studies and articles that she reviewed to apply the methodology. Oberg admitted that the AFT methodology is subjective, but she testified that in 17 years of applying it, she was unaware of ever making a mistake in identification. She's never been wrong. During the closing, the prosecutor told the jury that Oberg has never been wrong. She's never been wrong. For the defense, Eric Warren, an expert in applying the AFT methodology, that testified that comparing tool marks on an unspent cartridge with tool marks on a spent test firings is akin to comparing apples to oranges. And in his opinion, there was insufficient agreement on the tool marks to match Allen's gun with the they did the same one there. Unspent casing found at the murder scene. C-Dub, never been wrong either. Okay, so here's your timeline. Cecil, Christopher Cecil, he's such a nice guy, testified regarding the movement and the health data on Libby's phone. The girls encountered Bridge Guy at 2:13 p.m., and Libby's phone stopped registering movement at 2:32 and 39 seconds. He summarized the movement data as follows. So from 1:31 and 40 seconds to 2:08 and 48 seconds, 1,682 steps were walked. From 2:08 and 48 seconds to 2:18 and 48 seconds, 414.38 meters were walked. At 2:25 and 22 seconds to 2:32:39, 2 flights climbed and final movement recorded. The state argued that this activity overlapped with Allen being on the trails and Allen completing the murders and leaving the scene by 3:56, where he was seen by Carball walking on 300 North. Yeah, because this has always made sense to me, right? Like, or I should say, it really has. I was being facetious, but the phone stops moving at 2:32. So McLeland's like, that's when the girls are killed, right? 2:32 p.m. He's so freaked out that he just, he's going to get caught by this van and all these people that he stays there. He just stays there until 3:56, where he decides, okay, I guess I should go to my car now. Allen contested this timeline through Stacy Eldridge, a former FBI forensic analyst, she testified that someone inserted wired headphones or an auxiliary cable into Libby's phone at 5:45 p.m. and removed it at 10:32 p.m. This would silence the phone, and she noted that an incoming phone call occurred moments before the headphones or auxiliary cable were plugged into the phone, which would have silenced the call. In response to Eldridge's testimony, the state asked Cecil whether water damage could be responsible for Eldridge's findings. Over a hearsay objection, Cecil testified that he Googled it during the trial and found some unspecified, non-peer-reviewed troubleshooting forums reporting that water damage or dirt within the headphone socket could mimic headphones being inserted. Number 4 is confessed motive. When the state arrested Allen, it had no explanation for the murders. However, the state argued that once placed in solitary, Allen confessed to the crime and the motive. While gravely disabled, Allen confessed to the guards, Dr. Walla, and his family. On May 3rd, 2023, he told Dr. Walla he was going to rape these girls but panicked and killed them. He said they were screaming. The prosecutor argued that the jury should believe Allen's confessions despite his psychosis. Relying on the opinions of Dr. Walla, the guards, Trooper Harshman, who reviewed Allen's video and calls, the prosecutor claimed that Allen's confessions were logical and organized, and the product of free will and his newly found religion. Almost every guard testified Allen's bizarre behavior was orchestrated and not the product of mental illness. One guard said that he knew Allen was truthful in his confession because of the look in his eyes. Some guards claimed inmates commonly smear or eat feces as a tool for attention. None are mental health professionals or knew Allen's mental health code. Each time Allen confessed to Dr. Walla, she said he was not delusional or hallucinating or psychotic. The dates being April 5th, May 3rd, May 10th. Although Allen expressed confusion and memory gaps, she suspected that he was feigning or acting bizarrely. On cross, she admitted she may have been wrong and Allen might have been genuine. With hindsight, she was on the fence. You think that he's feigning or just acting bizarrely, not delusional, not hallucinating, not psychotic, but you also are in agreement with Dr. Martin that you should give him involuntary injections of Haldol? So somebody who's faking it should be injected with Haldol? That's what Dr. Walla believes. In case Sleuthie hasn't said it already, fuck you, Walla. The state introduced 31 suicide observation reports containing Dr. Walla's opinions. Except for a few, she continued to find Allen non-psychotic while documenting paranoia, delusional thoughts, confusion about being dead, and self-injury. She at times labeled him as feigning for secondary gain. What's he gaining? What does he gain by eating his own shit? And having you drug him? What does he gain? The days before he was deemed gravely disabled, she wrote he could be exaggerating or consciously deteriorating. When he ate feces, she called the behavior unclear. There's unclear behavior. Not sure. Unclear. Dr. Martin believed Allen was psychotic, but in remission after a mid-April Haldol shot and back to baseline by May 2nd. Like Dr. Walla, he described psychotic symptoms, yet concluded Allen was much improved. When either doctor acknowledged psychosis, they attributed it to factors other than solitary. Regarding, his psychosis doesn't have anything to do with the fact that he's in solitary confinement. And this whole thing is just like, this is such a joke because he's literally carried to the doctor's office, incoherent and drooling, in June. Regarding Allen's phone call confessions, Trooper Harshman said Allen's demeanor was calm and solemn, and he was not under any duress or stress. Let's put Harshman in there. Let's put Harshman in there and see if he fucking eats his own shit. Because he's also a fuck you, Harshman. He opined that Allen acted this way for attention. And he knows this why? Where's his degree in psychiatry? Where? What? Dr. Trooper Harshman? Allen called Dr. Westcott, a neuropsychologist, who opined that Allen entered the IDOC with MDD and physically and mentally decompensated, showing early signs by December and March, becoming psychotic April through June, with residual symptoms later. Allen's solitary confinement, sleep loss, and starvation produced sensory deprivation, delirium, or psychosis. Dr. Westcott believed Allen was psychotic or delirious when confessing to Dr. Walla. After reviewing all records and videos and evaluating Allen for days, she found no evidence of malingering. Dr. Gracian, a psychiatrist experienced with solitary confinement cases, testified that such environments cause psychotic delirium, confusion, and disorientation. Delirious behavior often becomes grotesquely regressive, including smearing feces, sexual acting out, self-harm, and suicide. On recovery, memory is often absent. Like, I don't have any idea what I said. Did I say that? Why would I say it if I didn't do it? He had no doubt Allen was delirious and saw signs of a false memory, which is common in delirium, where a belief evolves into a perceived recollection. Some people will say, I think I did it, and after time start perceptualizing the event. The more someone tries to remember, the more concrete and distorted the quote-unquote memory becomes, like a game of telephone. A detail only the killer would know. Oh, can't wait for this. What did Boogie's ask? Let me see. Will the judges be viewing all of these videos and exhibits with everything? I mean, they can. I don't know if they will. I would hope so. What did Michael say? This is where they make the Court of Appeals want to reverse. The legal arguments are where they give the court a way to do it. That's good. That's an interesting way to say that. Right. Like, they want to know, I think they want to know, like, hey, you have all of this? You have all of this recorded? Let's see. Let's get our own opinion on what we think was happening to Richard Allen, regardless of what you guys just wanted to show the jury. Hey, Critter Mama. Yeah, within a day. This is filed yesterday, and then by today, they're already asking for everything. I don't know. That seems, I don't know. It seems weird to me. Like, weird in a good way, but I don't want to, like, say that and then jinx anything. Okay, so Brad Weber. For anybody who doesn't know who Brad Weber is, that's Brad Weber, who lives near where the girls were found. He told the jury that he left work in Lafayette around 2:02 p.m. and he drove his white cargo van directly home, arriving around 2:22 to 2:27. The state claimed that Allen confessed to Dr. Walla that he attempted to rape the girls but was scared after seeing a van, which forced him to flee with the girls across the creek. Allen's statement, this timeline doesn't even work. Allen's statement, the state told the jury, contained a detail only the killer would know. The state argued that Weber's arrival home in his van was what interrupted Allen, causing him to take Libby and Abby across Deer Creek to kill them. I could spend all day telling you why that timeline is fucking bogus. The murder scene. The murder scene was unusual and complex. Libby was naked, and Abby was wearing Libby's clothes. Abby's right leg was positioned under her left. Both girls' throats were cut with a sharp instrument. However, the injuries were different. Libby had so many incised wounds along her neck that it was difficult to determine the number. 3 major vessels were injured. There was a scalloped edge along an incision. Abby's throat was cut only once and not as deeply as Libby's throat. Abby was likely murdered while wearing Libby's clothes. Abby died in the location where she was found, but after Libby died, her 200-pound body was moved several yards to its final resting place. This created a V formation with the girls' bodies. Okay, so then they're using the sketch. Hold on really quick, you guys. I have a child. Okay, my daughter just got home from school, so she was telling me about her gift exchange with her friends. Sorry. Okay. So Abby died in the location where she was found, but after Libby died, her 200-pound body was moved several yards to its final resting place. This created a V formation with the girls' bodies. Then they used this. So essentially, what is being stated is that Libby was over here by the tree, by the quote unquote F tree, upside down L tree, when she was first injured. And obviously, this is all her blood on the ground, right? So at some point, she goes from here to here, or here to here, to from here to here. Now, there is the blood spatter that is across the ground, like on the leaves, which is where they say that she was like possibly dragged or carried to over where this tree is, creating this. So like Libby was placed here from either here or here, wherever, because she also has blood on the bottom of her feet. And then the way that there was blood, I'd have to go back and read you all the detail, but the way that she was like crouched down at some point because the blood was dripping onto her thighs. So they're talking about that she's put in this position on purpose to create this. Hey, Angel. Okay, so the sticks were deliberately arranged on the girls, covering no more than 3% of their bodies. It would have taken up to 20 minutes for Abby to die. Although Libby's injuries were more significant, it would have taken her between, oh my gosh, between 5 and 10 minutes to die. Okay, so this is very, how does Abby not move? How does Abby not move? Hey, Amanda. How does she not move? And her hands are completely clean, so she's She never even touches her neck. So they say that she's killed in the same spot, and it takes her up to 20 minutes to die, but she never moves. She's passed out. She's definitely, there's no movement because the blood only is going in one pattern. See that person? Well, we're reading through the brief right now, so we're only on page 39 of 113. So yeah, she's like not conscious. There's no way. See, Libby, on the other hand, I feel like could be moving around somewhat on her own at some point from the tree to the spot where most of her blood is. Like she's injured here, and then she moves to here, and then is carried from here to here. Like I can visualize that based on. Hey, Texas lady. Yeah, I can visualize that, but Abby doesn't make any sense to me because her blood only goes one direction. She's not moving. She's not moving. She's not being moved. Hey, Christy. So the blood pattern on Abby's hands was noteworthy. When injured people, oh my gosh, here we go. I might as well just keep reading. I don't know why I do that. I just keep reading. They'll say exactly what I'm already thinking. When injured people instinctively reach for major wounds, getting blood on their hands and their sleeves. Libby had substantial blood on her hands. Abby had little to no blood on her hands or sleeves. The state's blood splatter expert had never seen clean hands and sleeves in a case involving this amount of blood loss because she's not conscious. The absence of blood may be consistent with unconsciousness or restraint, but there were no defensive wounds, bruising, blunt force trauma, or ligature marks on either girl. But there is something over her face. There is a mark on her face. The bodies were lying in the prone position, yet both girls' faces had blood patterns flowing upward against gravity and over their chin and face. Thus, sometime during the murders, a person articulated the girls' torsos and necks above their chins. It was clear someone lifted Libby's body to create the flow pattern, and Abby had a similar pattern, like just moving her neck up because there's no blood anywhere else on her, which meant her body was also, not her body, just her face. Or head, I should say, just her head, which meant her body was also articulated to a position where her neck was higher than her chin. And this occurred while Abby was wearing Libby's clothes. They did toxicology, but it supposedly didn't have anything. We don't even get to hear about most of that in trial, so. Also, okay, so about 4 feet off the ground, there was a notable blood pattern on a tree in Libby's blood. Oh, hey, look at that. Look at that full picture of the flipping tree, you guys. Not just the F. So you can actually see where it is. They did talks. We didn't hear about it, and we didn't hear about it. They didn't tell us any of the reports and stuff when they went through the coroner. Yeah, we actually get to see the tree. That is higher than I thought. Why I was thinking. So, it could just be the angle, but they think this is like Libby's hand. So like Libby touches her neck and then puts her hand on the tree. I can't see that. I can't see this to see exactly where it is. So 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's 4 feet. It's just, it looks so much higher than 4 feet. But I mean, tape measure wise, it's 4 feet. Yeah, and it reaches all the way up there. Well, she's 5'4". don't know. So maybe that's not like maybe it's just the angle of the picture because it just looks so much higher. But with the tape measure, it's 4 feet and she's 5'4". So I mean that would be accurate to where she would be standing. I think both girls are 5'4". Both girls are the same height. To me, it looks deliberate too. I don't. I mean, I don't know. That's I guess just perception. I don't know. Interesting. Then the girls' bodies are over here in relation to the tree. PBR. Yeah, thanks, ATS. Yeah, because I'm like, it just has to be camera angle too. Okay, so the state performed a sexual assault kit on both girls and found no physical evidence of sexual assault. Despite testing the sexual assault kit, hundreds of clippings from the clothing and swabs from the girls' bodies, cartridge, and cell phone, law enforcement found no DNA from Allen. The state told the jury that Allen controlled the girls, swabbed Abby's clothes, articulated their bodies, and moved Libby all by himself before fleeing the scene by 4 o'clock. The state's witnesses repeatedly claimed that Allen used the sticks as camouflage, and he moved Libby's body to make it harder to see. This, the state argued, caused blood to flow over Libby's chin, and for reasons the state could not explain, Allen dressed Abby in Libby's clothes and turned and repositioned her at the scene, causing, there's no reason to touch her, right? If you're just going to leave her where she's at, why are you only moving her head? Why only move her head? Because that's not hiding anything, right? You're not hiding her. You're not changing. You're just moving her head. So even if your theory is right that they, are moving, that Richard Allen moved Libby to hide her, why move Abby at all? Hey, 4 Pits. 3% covered. Although the girls' injuries were different and possibly caused by multiple weapons or different mechanisms altogether, which was the original state pathologist's report, speculated that a single blade, such as a box cutter, caused all the injuries, including the scalloped mark. The bloodstain on the tree, according to the state, was an inverted L transferred from Libby's arm as she propped herself against the tree. And a female hair and multiple incomplete profiles were seen contamination or background DNA from the girls sharing clothes or through incidental contact with people they knew. According to the state, it could not find Allen's DNA because the blood from Abby and Libby was overwhelming the scene and competing with any DNA Allen left behind. So they could find all of these incomplete profiles in this female hair, but they couldn't find Richard Allen's, and the reason why was because there was too much DNA from the girls. But they could find Kelsey's. They just never bothered to test it. The manner, quality, and thoroughness of the investigation. At trial, the jury heard about the state's investigation from the day the girls went missing to a few days later when Allen met with Doolin. The state then told the jury to fast forward 5.5 years to the volunteer finding Doolin's report in September of 2022. The jury heard nothing, maybe very little, regarding the manner, the quality, and the thoroughness of the investigation between the murders in February 2017 and Allen's arrest in 2022. On November 11th, following 25-day trial, a jury found Allen guilty of 2 counts of murder. Allen appeals. Below is the evidence the defense was prohibited from offering to the jury. So this is everything that the jury did not hear. This is because of the motion in limine that Nick filed. He's like, don't let them be mean to me and my cop friends, Judge Gold. Don't let them say bad stuff about us. Don't let them say bad stuff about us in front of the jury. Because we're the good guys. The jury never saw that sketch below, which is the man Blair saw on the bridge when Abby and Libby were approaching. The sketch does not look like Alan, who in February 2016 was short, 44 years old, with closely cropped hair. Blair rated the sketch a 10 out of 10 for accuracy. In 2019, she reaffirmed her confidence in her sketch and insisted that she could identify Bridge Guy if she saw him again. Nor did the jury hear that Blair, at one point, the ISP believed the man she saw, Bridge Guy, was not the man Carbaugh saw muddy and bloody. The bullet. The jury never heard that the firearm and tool mark evidence is flawed and unscientific. Alan proffered expert witness William Tobin to explain the scientific community's criticism of the AFTE methodology. Tobin is a nationally recognized forensic metallurgist. He has extensive experience in metallurgy. Bullet and I have no idea if I ever say that word correctly. Sometimes I might get it right, sometimes I don't. Bullet and lead analysis and tool mark principles, along with a background in statistics. He is familiar with the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, which has criticized the AFT methodology of tool mark identification. Tobin reviewed Oberg's work and was prepared to explain the flaws. Okay, well, yeah, we cannot have him testify because that will throw everything off if Oberg is found to be wrong, because the whole thing for Oberg is that she's never been wrong. You guys can say it the right way all you want to in chat. It'll never work. I don't know how to fix it. Well, yeah, we can't have Tobin coming in and saying that Oberg is wrong. That would just not be okay. He has testified in over 297 cases, and he has been recognized by state high courts as an expert on this topic. Goal's like, no, thank you. Nope. Stevie, you've never been wrong on a topic that you literally can't be wrong on because it's all made up, because none of it's accurate. The metal thingy guy. I fixed my other word, BR. It was specificity was the one that always got me before. I can do it now. I just have to do it slow. There's just certain words that my brain's like, that's a dumb word, and I don't ever want to say it. The jury never heard Alan's confused, disjointed ramblings and screams during the months that Dr. Wallace said Alan was making logical and organized confessions. The trial court permitted Alan to play 15 videos of him in solitary to impeach his confessions, but required Alan to mute them. Oh, we're going to get some excerpts of the audio now. The excluded audio showed the following. Oh, Jesus. Video 972. The guards extracted a skinny, wide-eyed Alan with blood on his forehead. Alan screamed for his dad, asked guards to hold his hands, and yelled, "Roger, Marvin, wait for it." He yelled R&M. Sleuthy.
I'm still working, but I'm here-ish.
Okay.
I'll be in and out. This is the part I've been waiting for you to get to.
Why is he screaming R&M?
Oh, what?
He did. He says he yells Roger and Marvin.
Oh my God.
He did. That's R&M.
Read it.
Okay. Video 980, April 13th.
This is new, by the way. This is new info.
Yeah, we didn't know any of this.
Neither did the people inside the courtroom, so.
Yeah. Guards ordered Alan to cuff up. Naked and confused, he clutched the sink and shook. When officers entered, Alan begged to be put on an airplane and told them not to believe his last confession.
It gets worse than that.
Yeah, video 1002. I mean, The fact, let me just make sure you guys are aware right now. We're talking about videos in the thousands of videos of Richard Allen.
Yeah, in his cell, walking around the prison, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, we're on video 1002. So just think of that. April 17th, while being transported to see Dr. Walla, another inmate yelled, "Kill yourself, Richard Allen." That's
Cool.
great for safekeeping.
Hmm.
Video 1007, April 17th. During transport for a forced injection, Allen screamed, spoke incoherently, asked for his mommy and daddy, and rambled about suicide and time travel. And within 7 minutes, claimed to be both the stupidest and the smartest person ever, and repeated, "Wait for it." A guard told him the games are over and commented on feces on him. Allen responded tangentially, "Rocky Balboa is my favorite actor. Clap on, clap off."
Disgusting.
A guard noted the feces has been on him for a while.
Disgusting. Pieces of actual shit. Vile. Hateful. Barbarians.
Video 1026, April 21st. During a haircut, Allen mostly stared into space, confused. He responded, "Leave the top," when asked if he wanted his
Also,
face
can I
shaved.
ask you before I get another call, what is a
Yeah.
while? Isn't that the whole reason why somebody was watching him like 24/7 and writing notes every 15 minutes? Why was he like allowed to be banging his head for an hour? Why was he allowed to have poop on him for a while, whatever that
They
means?
didn't
I don't
care.
understand.
They didn't care. Well, that's what they said in the other one too, is that he sat there for hours in his own feces. Because they don't care about that. This is, and I get it. Like, I've said this as we've covered this case for the last years now. I get that there are really fucking bad people that go to prison, and that the guards are like, "You guys are just pieces of shit, and we don't care what happens to you." And I've made it very clear, like, I legit almost feel that way, like, about Stephen Stearns. Like, he's the type of guy I feel that way about. This man that this is happening to has only been in arrested for a crime. He is not convicted of anything, and he is treated this way as an innocent man in the United States of America. Like, that
Never
is
been arrested for a
scarier
different
than
crime.
shit.
Yep. Never been arrested for a crime. Never been
No,
to jail.
no. So, but because people in the public think like, "Oh yeah, well, we think he did it, so we don't really give a shit," and that's what these guards are. They're like, we're so used to having like the worst of the worst here, and that's what I struggle with this, because I understand the perspective of, like, the guards are like, "Yeah, we have people throw shit at us all the time. Like, that's a very common thing in prison." You know what I mean? So they're like, "Yeah, go ahead. You got poop on you. Yeah, good job. Whatever." I just don't understand how you don't look at the situation completely differently, knowing this man is not actually convicted of anything. Like, he shouldn't even be here. And the whole reason you guys say he's there is to keep him safe from himself and others. And it's like, you make him worse, and nobody gives a shit.
I'm here to tell you that as a human being, if I worked in a prison, and I'm sorry, I saw like we're literally there for like we are there caring, not caring for, but watching over people who are convicted of treating people or whatever, of like animals, barbarians who treat people like animals. Okay.
Right.
So if we're looking at them as the worst of the worst, but then we allow them to be in these types of conditions, treating them worse than animals, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
what makes us any different? I could not. I don't care. I hate Stephen Stearns. He's nasty and he has a tiny wee wee. But like, I just, as a human being, I could not witness someone be like that in any situation. Like, I think punishment is one thing, but I think that um, this is not punishment to me. Punishment is you're away from society for the rest of your life or whatever the case may be, however long you have to be there. You know, you can't come and go as you please. You're told where to, that is the punishment.
Well, you have to remember this
Conditions
too.
like this is different.
Not all these people are in prison for the rest of their lives. Not all of these prisoners are serving a life sentence. So the
Yeah.
way
And
that
if they get treated like that and then released, what do you think they're going
they're
to do to
released
you when they
back
come
into the
out?
public. Exactly.
Mhm.
That is exactly it. So like think of this man who was just a dad, husband, CVS manager that goes to goes to the bridge to go on a walk, and then this all happens to him. Think about what would have happened if he had been found not guilty and was released into society after being treated this way.
Right.
You now have a
Exactly.
non-functional human who never was convicted of any fucking crime that the state just completely destroys. So this is the back and forth about, is our prison system, is any DOC really about rehabilitation at all ever?
I guess it would depend on the conditions. Are the conditions like conducive to rehabilitation or are they conducive to shit like this?
Well, I'm going to say that they're conducive to shit like this. They're not conducive to rehabilitation.
It's really sad.
So Critical Thinker, thank you for the super chat, by the way. The appellate court filed for transcripts already. Yes, we saw that earlier, and Michael was in here. I don't know if he's still in here, but he did say that he finds that also weird that it was so quickly, and he doesn't really know what to think of it yet. So I told him when he comes up with his opinion to let us know, because I mean, I follow some appeals, but I'm obviously, I know more about like the criminal court versus any appellate court. Like that's just not in my repertoire of things that I'm very knowledgeable about. So them filing it, especially the day after this brief is filed, to me seemed, I don't even want to say the word. It made me hopeful that like they're actually going to pay attention to the claims that are made in this brief.
Yeah, I won't use that word.
I know, that's why I'm like, I don't want to use that word. Like, I don't know, maybe it made me go, oh, okay, like somebody, like, yeah, I'm thinking it was very fast, and I don't know, and I don't want to give out any type of false anything that it means anything, because I really don't know what it means. I don't. The judges, the clerk of the appellate court asked for all the transcripts and all the video and audio of this case.
We starting now.
So okay, so Rocky Balboa is my favorite actor. Clap on, clap off. I kind of like that he clap on, clapped off them though. Just for shits and giggles. Like I kind of want to do that to people just for fun. Okay, so we did that during the haircut, leave the top when he was only getting his face shaved. Okay, I don't know. Is that a typo? That's a typo. That's got to be a typo. So 1052, I'm going to assume. April 28th, during a shower transport, Allen spoke incoherently, repeatedly saying, "There is a God. Please don't do this, and make it painless." With feces on his face, he asked to be euthanized and whether his wife was present. He said he was King Michael. He claimed that he had started World War III, tried to save his family and Donald Trump. Wonder how Trump will feel about this. He tried to save his family and Donald Trump. He sang hymns. He quoted scripture and asked to be cryogenically frozen. Video 1201, June 20th. The guards carried a catatonic, drooling Allen to the infirmary. The medical professional discussed with Allen his cholesterol and blood pressure rather than his non-responsiveness and involuntary jerking. What? Was his blood pressure or cholesterol causing any of that? Allen stared blankly when asked the date or the season. So this is the day, I think I said June 10th earlier, but obviously it was June 20th, that I was talking about for Dr. Martin, who said that he was totally back to normal by like May 4th or something. But June 20th, he's still completely catatonic and drooling. Allen asked the court to watch the videos with the sound, especially these particular videos. Also, the jury did not hear Alan, the morning he started confessing, tell his family in 3 intertwined calls that he was confused and losing his mind. This goes to the phone calls that they played of him talking to his wife and then him talking to his mom. The defense attorneys during trial wanted to play the phone call from before those calls where he was talking to his dad, and the judge said no. And they wanted it because of the completeness of the conversation. But Nick said it had nothing to do with it, and Judge Gold was just like, okay, we're not going to do that then. In the first call at 3:12 a.m. on April 3rd, Alan told his dad he was losing his mind and was uncertain how much longer he was going to be lucid. Alan said, "You guys know I would never do something like I've been accused of." Alan felt he had been mentally tortured, like he is in Guantanamo Bay, and that there were drugs in his coffee and Kool-Aid. In the call the jury heard at 5:14 a.m., Alan told his wife for the first time he thinks he killed Abby and Libby, and evidently he didn't. Alan could not remember what he told his dad in the earlier call. Then in a third call at 8:45 a.m., a panicked Alan told his wife he was not sure if his original call to her was a dream. He said he was not drinking the water or the coffee and questioned whether the attorneys who were coming to visit him were his attorneys. The jury only heard the second call with the confession, along with Trooper Harshman's opinion that Alan showed no indication he was under duress or stress when he made that admission. A detail only the killer would know. The jury never heard that Alan's could not have walked the girls across the creek to kill them after seeing a van driving down a lane, as he confessed. The state had video showing Weber's van arriving home 25 minutes after the pause in movement of Libby's phone, and nearly 15 minutes after it stopped moving altogether. Specifically, security camera footage from Weber's neighbor showed him arriving home at 2:44. And the state also had a report prepared by the FBI which confirmed that Weber's cell phone arrived home at 2:50. The jury also never heard that Alan confessed to details that the real killer would know were wrong, including that Alan said he shot the girls. The judge prohibited Alan's expert, Dr. Gracian, from identifying Alan's signs of being in a state of delirium and hallmarks of a false memory. One such hallmark was the facts Alan got wrong. The jury never heard that from the beginning many investigators believed and investigated the girls' murders as part of a Norse pagan ritual, and that the usual and complex scene had textbook features of such. There was always a discussion among law enforcement that this may be a ritual murder and that the sticks were Nordic runes. Also, many officers believed the scene was too complex for just one person to be involved. Within the first week, the Carroll County Sheriff enlisted the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit to evaluate whether the sticks related to pagan rituals. After examining the evidence, the BAU declined to exclude pagan ritual as a plausible explanation for the murder scene. It remains possible a new believer or rogue believer in Odinism was involved in this case. From the Behavioral Analysis Unit of the FBI. A Purdue professor also consulted law enforcement on whether the sticks were runically inspired. He found it quite plausible. These markings constitute an instruction inspired by Norse runes, or modern recreations thereof. Law enforcement consulted with an undercover ISP trooper regarding the sticks and the bloodstain on the tree. The officer was familiar with Norse pagan symbols through his covert intelligence. Hey, spooky. And he agreed the blood on the tree resembled the pagan Fehu rune, and he found similarities between the stick formations on the girls and the pagan bind runes. We read his, that's Trooper X, if you guys want to go back and read his deposition. And he agreed the blood on the tree resembled the pagan Fehu rune. Okay. Once Allen was charged with murders, the defense team consulted a nationally recognized expert, Don Perlmutter, who found 7 features of a Norse pagan ritual. They include the location. She explained that Norse pagans follow a Norse pantheon of gods like Thor and Odin. They have nature-based ideology where events and rituals are conducted outdoors in wooded areas and near bodies of water. This murder occurred outdoors in a clearing and near a creek. The date. Norse pagan rituals often occur on Norse holidays or events. The Nordic holiday Valsblot, I don't know if I'm saying that right, which honors Odin's son Vali, begins at sundown on February 13th and continues until February 14th. The girls went missing near sundown on February 13th, and they were found the following day. Means used. Ritual killings often involve a knife or a ceremonial knife, and here the girls were killed with a knife that made an unusual scalloped mark. Sticks. Ritualistic crimes usually involve symbolism at the scene, and with Norse pagan, the symbolism would include arranging natural objects in a specific way, like sticks and runes, and blooding the runes. These practices are integral in the magical thinking involved in Norse paganist rituals. Here, the stick arrangement showed intentional symbolism. It is difficult to explain the sticks as hiding the bodies. They're absolutely not working that way. They're not functioning that way. The stick arrangement on Abby mirrored the Norse rune Gibo, and the intentionally placed stick formation on Libby looked like a Nordic bind rune. Their manner of death. Ritual sacrifices often involve blood loss and torture. The girls' throats were cut, and they suffered a prolonged blood loss, which is indicative of a sacrificial offering or initiation type. Yeah, not somebody who's so scared of a fucking van driving by that they just go ahead and kill the girls. Let's do it the slowest way possible. How about that? Like, yeah, because I'm so scared. I'm about to get caught. I'm going to kill them the slowest way possible. And then I'm going to stand there and make sure that they die. And then I'm going to go walk on the road in front of everybody. Body arrangement. In rituals, the sacrifice will be displayed or arranged at the scene in a manner that is significant to the group. And an upside-down hanging body is an important element of Norse paganism because Odin hung from a tree for 9 days before discovering runes, like Abby's positioning. The classic image of Odin depicts him with one leg bent behind the other. The unusual blood pattern. Finally, a ritual sacrifice would involve an atypical or symbolic blood pattern. And here, the blood pattern on the F tree appeared to look like a Norse pagan Fehu rune. Number 6, the manner, thoroughness, and quality of the investigation. The jury never heard how law enforcement bungled the investigation into the ritual killing or suspects connected to Norse paganism. ISP disregarded Brad Holder, the father of Abby Williams' boyfriend, and Holder's friend Patrick Westfall as promising alternate suspects because they lost evidence, mishandled interviews, and conducted a poor investigation. Hold on, take a drink. Okay, so investigation into ritual killing. After examining the scene, several officers believed the scene was too complex for just one person to be involved. When the BAU evaluated the murder scene, it found it noteworthy that Abby was clothed. Allowing Abby to dress ahead of time suggests that the suspect felt differently toward her, including a possibly heightened level of guilt or regret, at least compared to Libby. Law enforcement explored a group of pagans connected to Abby. In the weeks leading to the murders, Abby had been talking with a boy, Logan Holder, and meeting up with him a few times. Okay, we only know of one, so that's also interesting, that maybe they did meet more than once. She kept this relationship a secret from her family. On the day she was murdered, Abby invited Logan to meet her on the trails. But Logan had school, so he declined. More people invited to the trails. While law enforcement was searching for the girls on February 14th, they learned that Logan and Abby's secret relationship pulled Logan out of class in Logansport and searched his phone. That moment, Logan texted his father, Brad Holder, she's missing. That moment, like when they pulled him out of class to search his phone, he texts his dad. I'd like more information on that. Like when? Yeah, they didn't live in the same place. They had different school districts. So he was in school. But either way, it's the 14th. All the schools were in. So that really doesn't matter at that point anyway. Okay. I would just like more context to this. Like if you're searching his phone, when the hell is he texting his dad? You know, I don't know. On February, lost and missing interviews. Here we go. On February 17th, 2017, law enforcement interviewed both Logan Holder and Brad Holder. By then, law enforcement already suspected the murder scene involved a pagan ritual. During his interview, Holder reported being involved in a pagan tribe and spending every weekend in Delphi engaging in pagan rituals with Westfall and 5 or 6 others, including women. These rituals involved animal sacrifice and human bloodletting. Holder admitted knowing about Abby and Logan's relationship, but he denied ever meeting her. I think he was only 16 at the time. I think he turned 17 like right after. Law enforcement recorded Holder's interview, but the Delphi police recorded over their only copy before August of 2017, permanently deleting it. Only a one-page narrative remains. According to that narrative, Holder told police he owned a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson, but law enforcement never collected it. Nor did they collect his cell phone. How does this make any fucking sense? On February 19th, 2017, law enforcement interviewed Westfall. They failed to record his interview. Only a 5-paragraph narrative remains. According to his narrative, Westfall knew the woods where the girls were murdered very well. He reported knowing the girls, but denied ever meeting them. He also reported being a religious leader for local pagans, and he wore a necklace to the interview representing his efforts to pledge the Vinlanders. Okay, hold on a second. This interview is supposedly at his house. He wore it to the interview. I guess he's just wearing it because this is supposedly at his house. And he wore a necklace to the interview representing his efforts to pledge the Vinlanders, a pagan social club. There is no indication law enforcement asked Westfall whether he owned a .40 caliber firearm. Westfall's phone was not searched at the time. So the alibi investigation. When asked for an alibi, Westfall claimed he was home with his minor son, and Holder told the officers he was at work at Liberty Landfill. On April 13th of 2017, officers visited the landfill to investigate and spoke with an employee, Susan Case, who provided a printout showing Holder swiped out of work at 2:45, which was 30 minutes after the Bridge Guy video. Case invited the officers to review video to confirm the printout's accuracy, but they declined, nor did they interview other employees. Because they were just like, nope, he's at work, we're good. We're good. Girls are dead at 2:32. That's all that matters. That's according to the great police work. Unified Command marked Holder as a cleared suspect, and tipsters continued to identify Holder as Bridge Guy. Yeah, Mav, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. No, I think it's just a Vinlanders thing, and that's what it means. Like it's his loyalty necklace or something. I don't know. Tipsters repeatedly called and reported Holder as a person of interest. Holder posted half-dead women and shows fascination with symbols out of tree branches. Check the father of one of the girl's boyfriends. His name is Brad Holder. He also fit somewhat the description. Each time a tip came in, law enforcement marked it cleared, nothing further, covered, or alibi confirmed. Sometime around March of 2017, Detective Purdy interviewed Holder to get his assistance in connecting the murders to Norse paganism. No, I don't think it was that soon. I think it was later. I think it was later that Purdy interviewed him for that reason. No? Somebody tell me the date that Purdy interviewed Holder, because I feel like it was later. No, he went to a transfer station, Glitter Witch, which is right down the street from his house. Ron Logan went to a transfer station. The landfill's up further north. They don't wear friendship bracelets because that would be queer, so they do friendship necklaces. Little parts that are all a piece of one larger Thor's.
That is fucking hilarious.
They all get together and they connect their little pieces of their hammer.
Oh my God, like those old friendship heart necklaces that you.
And they're like, we're bonded. I'm fucking dead. That's my mama. That's hilarious. It was August. Yeah, it was August of 2017. I think that he does talk to him. Oh God, he does talk to him, but that's not the intention for this one, I don't think. Anyway, but whatever. Purdy did not record or document this interview with a report. Unified Command declines to re-interview despite reports Holder is posting pictures of young girls believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies. On April 12th of 2017, shortly before taking medical leave, Trooper Winters received a call from tipster Ryan Boucher, who shared pictures from Holder's social media. Winters found a concerning similarity between the murders and the pictures posted on Holder's social media. Those pictures depicted young girls believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies. Winters also noted similarity between the stick formation on Abby and a bind rune Holder tattooed or drew on his hand. Holder says, that's a bind rune on my hand. Basically, I took a Gibo rune and an Issa rune, and I made a bind rune. Holder's social media also featured him holding guns and homemade knives. Winters immediately recommended to his superiors that law enforcement investigate Holder further, which they declined to do, claiming his alibi was cleared by the FBI. Oh my God. Winters was not satisfied and urged the ISB to conduct its own investigation. No further action was taken. In 2018, Holder displayed a painting he made of Odin upside down with his right leg tucked behind his left, just like Abby's legs. Holder's painting also featured a red Fehu rune. Officers continued to find other social media posting from Holder that mimicked the crime scene, but law enforcement declined to interview Holder again. Yeah, the FBI wasn't involved in clearing him.
Exactly, lies.
So I don't like. There's like, oh yeah, no, the FBI cleared him, so we don't ever have to look at him again. That's not true.
That's how you know they did not like efficiently clear him, because they didn't even know who fucking cleared him.
Right. Well, they don't even go out there until like April to even see what his time card was.
After they cleared him. He was already cleared before they went to check on his alibi.
Right. Only because then they're getting more tips and more people are calling in. They're just like, fuck, fine. And then when asked, like, do you want the video? They're like, no. But never do they even fucking care about the fact that he is out at 2:45. Because they just determined the girls died at 2:32 for whatever, just because their phone wasn't used anymore. Like, don't stop using your phone because you're going to be dead at that point, apparently. Okay, so pagans finally are reevaluated. Once the state charged Allen, his defense team insisted that Holder and Westfall receive another look. When law enforcement re-examined Holder, he changed his story about knowing Abby. Back in 2017, he told law enforcement he never actually met her. But in August of 2023, he told law enforcement he met her once. And during a deposition in 2024, he actually said that he met Abby twice. At least one of those encounters occurred shortly before Abby Williams' murder at Westfall's home. At the insistence of Allen's counsel, law enforcement finally examined Westfall's alibi on August 17th of 2023. Westfall's son who was a minor when the murders occurred, could not remember if he was home with his dad when the girls went missing. This time, law enforcement collected Westfall's phone, but he deleted the data before turning it over. On April 4th of 2024, Allen's counsel deposed Susan Case, the Liberty Landfill HR officer. In February 2017, Liberty Landfill was operating 2 staggered overlapping shifts, one from 5 to 1:30 and the second from 7 to 3:30. On the day the girls went missing, Holder was scheduled to work from 5 to 1:30, but his badge swiped out during the second shift around 2:45. Holder did not have sole custody of his badge. His badge was on a public rack outside the view of cameras and accessible to other employees, including second shift. There was no lock on the badges, and Holder's name was prominent on his badge. If somebody left when they were supposed to, but somebody else clocked that person out an hour or so later, would that be known? The answer to that is no. When the state moved to exclude any reference to the state's investigation into third parties, the trial court held a hearing on the motion in July of 2024. At the hearing, Holder's wife testified that in 2018, Holder told her that he had had a fight with Westfall because Westfall wanted to up from animal slaughter to a different type of sacrifice. She also testified that Holder claimed that Westfall killed Abby with others and that she needed to keep her mouth shut about it. Yeah, all they had to do was fucking look at the goddamn video and see if you could see him driving out. Like, what's so hard about that? Why would you not just look at the video and say, okay, here's his truck, he's leaving? They don't do that, though. Okay, so summary of the argument. Unconstitutional. I got bit, and now my hand is on fire. Hey, grilled cheeses. The trial court committed reversible error by admitting evidence seized under an unconstitutional warrant and by denying Allen a Franks hearing. Detective Liggett obtained the warrant for Allen. Objection. Detective Liggett obtained the warrant for Allen's home only by omitting and altering witness descriptions to connect Allen to Bridge Guy, which is literally their entire investigation and everything that happened at trial. And by misrepresenting that Allen admitted he wore a blue Carhartt like Bridge Guy. These misrepresentations and omissions misled the judge into believing multiple witnesses saw Allen and his car when in fact they described someone else in a different car. Once the affidavit is corrected, there is no probable cause. Unprecedented confinement. Allen's confessions were involuntary and the product of grave mental disability caused by 13 months of maximum security pretrial solitary confinement, which exceeded IDOC's policy and caused psychosis, paranoia, and confusion, while state actors were indifferent to his deterioration. I don't think they were indifferent. I think they were happy with it. But, you know, that is what it is. Admission of these statements violated both federal due process and Indiana protections against unnecessary rigor, and the error was not harmless, requiring suppression. Unfair trial. The trial court denied Allen his constitutional right to a fair trial through a series of arbitrary and prejudicial rulings that crippled his ability to present a complete defense. The trial court excluded critical exculpatory evidence, including Blair's sketch, which directly undermined the state's eyewitness theory and timeline, and barred expert testimony challenging the reliability of the state's forensic methodology. It permitted inadmissible hearsay to rehabilitate the prosecution's timeline, and it blocked Allen from presenting evidence that showed the circumstances that led to his confessions and impeached their credibility, including the audio depicting his deteriorated mental state. The court further prevented Allen from introducing substantial evidence of third-party guilt and an incomplete investigation, depriving the jury of context necessary to assess reasonable doubt. Collectively, these errors violated Allen's 14th and 6th Amendment rights and created a fundamentally one-sided proceeding. 100%. Amen. A new trial is constitutionally required to restore the integrity of the adversarial process. Fuck yeah. Yes, his I think it was his brother-in-law drove him to work that day. That was what I think the mother-in-law said. The mother-in-law well, no, we have her screenshots of her saying.
But it's still allegedly because nobody verifies anything.
Right. Ugh. All right, here's the argument. The trial court committed reversible error by admitting evidence seized from the unconstitutional search of Allen's home and denying a Franks hearing. When reviewing the admission of evidence after denial of a motion to suppress, the court considers evidence favorable to the ruling and uncontradicted evidence to the contrary. Factual findings are reviewed for clear error, but the constitutionality of a search is reviewed de novo. Allen filed a motion to suppress, a motion for Franks hearing, amended requests, and lengthy memorandum with exhibits. The trial court denied the motion and the hearing, concluding that Liggett's affidavit did not include false statements. It's mind-boggling. They're legit, like they're easily provably false. But whatever. Concluding that Liggett's affidavit did not include false statements or omit facts with reckless regard and intent to mislead. That's all their investigation is intent to mislead. The trial court erred by concluding Detective Liggett did not make false statements or reckless omissions in his affidavit. Both the state and the U.S. Constitution guarantee that no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation. The state must include all the material facts in the warrant application, including facts that cast doubt on the existence of probable cause and the source's reliability. The warrant is invalid if 1. The police omitted facts with the intent to make the affidavit misleading or with reckless disregard for whether it would be misleading, and 2. The affidavit supplemented with the omitted information would have been insufficient to support a finding of probable cause. I'm going to say what I said at the very beginning of this live. I struggle with this because I think that Diener would have signed it regardless. The defendant must prove reckless or deliberate false statement by preponderance. An officer omits evidence with reckless disregard if the officer withholds a fact in his ken that any responsible person would have known that the judge would wish to know. Wrong judge. Examples include facts undermining the type of drug seized or the informant's reliability. This is literally just all the case law for their arguments on what they've already stated. This includes details undermining an officer's conclusion. Reporting witnesses' descriptions of suspect equating description with defendant. So Detective Liggett omitted and changed key information that undermined his conclusion Allen was bridge guy. Liggett misled the court in 4 ways. Hold on, I have a tiny human. Give me 1 second. Hey, Barry Dance. Is Percosin here? Hey, Percosin, good to see you. Okay. Liggett misled the court in 4 ways. Misled the court to believe Blair's description of the man on the bridge matched Allen when it did not. He told the court that Blair said the man was standing on the platform and wearing a blue jacket and jeans, but Liggett omitted the rest of Blair's description that did not match Allen. The man had brown poofy hair like the sketch below, was in his 20s or early 30s, youthful and medium built. Liggett misled the court that Allen's car was parked at the old CPS lot during the time of the kidnappings. Liggett told the court that after Blair saw the man on the bridge, she saw 2 girls she thought were Abby and Libby on the trail approaching the bridge. As Blair was leaving the trail, she saw a car oddly parked at the old CPS lot. Around 2:10 p.m., another witness, Wilson, also saw a car backed into the CPS lot as if concealing the license plate. Both witnesses drew diagrams of the car parked in the same general area and manner. Liggett told the court that Allen parked his black 2016 Ford Focus at the old CPS building, but omitted that Blair said the car she saw during the time frame of the kidnapping was not black and had sharp angles like the sketch below. Considering the omitted information, Blair excluded Allen's black hatchback. And it's like, we'll trust her sketch of bridge guy, but we're not going to trust her sketch of the car. Yeah, so that's such a great point too, and that's taking it back to when we were looking at the tree. And hi, Luke. Seeing that tree for the first time, oh hell no! If you're struggling for life, you aren't reaching up. If you're touching it and you're reaching down, it's so weird. I mean, yeah, you're losing blood. I don't know. Okay. This is a material omission. Invalid warrant where officer changed witness car's description in drive-by shooting. That's the case that they're talking about. Third, Liggett misled the court that the man walking on 300 North was Bridge Guy. Liggett falsely told the court that Carbaugh in 2017 claimed the man was muddy and bloody wearing a blue jacket when she actually said his jacket was tan and he was muddy. A bloody man in a blue jacket matches Bridge Guy. A muddy man in a tan jacket does not. Liggett also omitted that Blair told him the man she saw on the bridge was not the same person Carbaugh described. ISP even released a public statement saying the men are not the same person. Hey, Hebby. Fourth, Liggett connected Allen to Bridge Guy by falsely claiming that Allen admitted wearing a black or blue Carhartt and a head covering. The man the 4 girls saw wore the same clothes as the man on Libby's phone. The clothes Allen admitted he wore matched the clothes by the individual on the bridge in the photo taken from the video from Libby's phone. But Allen told investigators he did not know what he was wearing. Although Liggett used Allen's wife's statement that Allen currently owned a blue Carhartt as a nexus to his home, Liggett omitted that she said that it was purchased a couple of years ago. The girls were killed in 2017. Had the court known Allen simply admitted owning a blue or black coat, as does probably every 50-year-old man, it would have known there is no connection between him and Bridge Guy. Number 2, Liggett's omissions and false statements recklessly misled the judge. Any reasonable person would have known the judge would wish to know that. 1, Blair's description of Bridge Guy in the car at CPS did not match Allen or his car. 2, in 2017, Carbaugh described the man walking down the road as only muddy, wearing a tan jacket, not a blue jacket, like Bridge Guy. 3, Blair did not believe she saw the same man Carbaugh saw. 4, Allen never said he wore a blue Carhartt or head covering like Bridge Guy, and he bought his Carhartt a couple years before 2022. The omitted and false information strikes at the heart of Liggett's conclusion that Allen was the man on Libby's phone. The state's probable cause relies on a tight timeline, making Allen the man the 4 girls saw on the trail, Blair saw on the bridge, and Carbaugh saw on the road. Any judge would want to know if witnesses described someone other than Allen, his car, or a Bridge Guy. Moreover, the fact that Liggett lied twice in the affidavit about the connection between Allen and Bridge Guy, i.e. the blue jacket, shows more than reckless disregard for the truth. These falsehoods were directed at connecting Allen to Libby's video, which would otherwise include any white male. Number 3, with the omitted and accurate evidence, the affidavit was insufficient to establish probable cause. Probable cause exists when there is sufficient evidence to cause a reasonably prudent person to believe a search will uncover evidence of a crime. A reasonably prudent person would not believe Allen was connected to the murders or that evidence would be found in his home. The state is left with Doolin's report claiming Allen told him he was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 and saw 3 girls, not 4 girls, like those who thought they saw Bridge Guy. During this October 13th interview, Allen admitted wearing blue jeans and owning a gun, knives, and a blue or black jacket and walking out to the first platform of a bridge to watch fish. But Allen does not look anything like the person Blair saw on the bridge. Also, his car is a different color and shape than the oddly parked car. And the man Carbaugh saw walking was most likely not even Bridge Guy. 100% agree with that. If Allen being on the trail within the same 2 hours the girls were abducted is enough for a warrant, law enforcement would have obtained one for Allen's home in 2017. In 2022, ISP had no more evidence connecting Allen to the murders than they had days after the murders when Allen, like others, responded to their request for help. It was not enough then, and it was not enough in 2022. Number 4, the error requires reversal. A court must suppress fruits of an illegal search. The state's entire case is built on Liggett's half-truths and falsehoods. Without the gun seized in the search, there is no opinion from Oberg upon which the state arrested Allen. And without the arrest, there are no confessions. If the warrant was illegal, the state has no case. Even if this court finds the confession was not a product of solitary, Allen is still entitled to a new trial. Before a constitutional error can be held harmless, the court must find it was harmless beyond a reasonable doubt. Without the fruits of the search, the gun, a casing in a hope box, the Carhartt, knives, and computers, the state cannot prove the jury would have convicted. minimum, Allen is entitled to remand for a Franks hearing. Even if Allen's exhibits to the Franks motion did not prove by a preponderance that Liggett deliberately or recklessly falsified or omitted material information, they entitled him to a hearing. A defendant who makes a substantial preliminary showing that an affidavit included a false statement or reckless omission necessary to probable cause is constitutionally entitled to challenge the warrant at a hearing. To meet this showing, the defendant need not present conclusive proof, but must support their accusations with evidence and citations to the warrant application. Here, the court's denial of a hearing was legally erroneous because Allen made a substantial showing. Allen supported his claims with depositions, police interviews, and reports citing Liggett's application. Allen made specific arguments. In a final motion, Allen reiterated these points using the court to compare the affidavit with Blair and Carbaugh's interviews. Urging the court, telling the trial court was willing to schedule a Franks hearing when Allen was represented by Fort Wayne attorneys, but refused when the original attorneys were reinstated. Allen's constitutional protections are not contingent on who his attorneys are. The trial court erred by admitting statements Allen made while gravely disabled during his unprecedented pretrial solitary confinement in a maximum security prison. Quote, I found solitary confinement the most forbidding aspect of prison life. There is no end and no beginning. There is only one's mind, which can begin to play tricks. Was that a dream or did it really happen? One begins to question everything, end quote, by Nelson Mandela. Solitary confinement is a form of punishment, and depending on its conditions, it's even torture. By 2023, when Allen was held in solitary for 13 months, it was well established that prolonged isolation causes psychological pain, suicidal ideation, and psychosis. To protect inmates from psychological harm, the IDOC strictly prohibits solitary confinement over 30 days for anyone with serious mental illness and requires a transfer if SMI symptoms appear. When Allen exhibited, it's a little MySpace, he's throwing back right there. When Allen exhibited the predictable symptoms of psychological pain, confusion, and psychosis, the IDOC administrators refused to transfer him to a mental health unit. When Allen's attorneys informed the court of his dire condition, the court also refused to move him, and the prosecutor delayed and mocked counsel's concerns while collecting evidence of Allen's confessions.
Yep. So he could never have allowed him to be transferred at that moment because he was blurting his guts out to get them to stop.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wasn't going to let him go anywhere. The question for this court is unprecedented but simple. Should the state be able to benefit from Allen's psychological pain that their deliberate indifference to his mental health caused? Human decency provides the answer, and that answer is no. All right, you guys are going to have to give me a minute. I got to get some more water.
I guess we won't deny you any water or Dr. Pepper if that's what you prefer.
I stopped drinking soda. There's no Dr. Pepper.
Oh my God, bless your heart. I would never. Nope. I want to drink my Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yep. Nope.
Good for
no
you.
Soda. All water now.
Well,
Don't get me
people,
wrong,
Teresa will live longer than me.
I've had drinks of other people's, but yeah, no. No more soda.
Me too. We will only allow you water because you're visiting.
I don't even know if I can get water if I'm visiting.
No, we have vending machines set up and like water fountains, but you're not allowed to drink.
You're not allowed to have any.
Yeah. Oh, let me say while she's getting unparched. For anyone that's in here that wasn't in there earlier, please do go to my tweet of this brief. I already sent him a message begging him to cover this. But comment on my tweet or go over to one of Peter's tweets at Lawyer You Know and comment on his and beg him to please cover this brief on his channel, please, so a lot of people can see it. Me either, Thomas. Same. Thomas said, I will never give up my sodas. I have very few vices left. Same. Thanks, Steve B.
It's part of my my new weight loss journey.
Good for you. I mean, I'm happy for you. I don't drink anymore. I don't do any drugs, so I'm gonna drink my Diet Dr. Pepper.
Well, see, that's the main issue is I don't like Diet Dr. Pepper. I like Dr. Pepper. So, if I could
Sweet. Now I get
acquire a taste for a diet, then I might be fine. Or a zero, like Dr. Pepper Zero. I don't like it. I think it tastes like crap. So, if I have to choose
I didn't even know that was a thing.
and Dr. Pepper Zero, then I'm going with water because that's how much I don't like it. Okay.
Oh, see, I never drink regular Dr. Pepper. I don't drink regular pop at all. All right, carry on. Now, I think I have cases for the rest of the day, so
okay.
I should be able to talk a little bit more.
Okay. BR, I know you still garden, babe. You go gardening all the time. Try DP50. I do half DP, half DP0. Yeah, no, right now I'm gonna stick. I'm good. I'm happy with just the water. I'm good with it. So, and I'll do that as long as I can because at least it'll help. All right, where are we at? Okay, standard of review and additional facts. An appellate court reviews a suppression denial for substantial evidence of probative value that supports the trial court's decision. It considers uncontradicted evidence favorable to the defendant and reviews legal issues de novo. The voluntariness of a confession is a legal issue. It is because, well, especially in the state of Indiana, they consider it like it's direct evidence. Allen moved to suppress his statements made while in solitary confinement, which the court denied. The court reasoned the statements were voluntary because Allen failed to show they resulted from state psychological coercion or coercive interrogation. The court found Allen's detention was intended to protect him and that while he suffered from major depressive disorder and anxiety, he did not have SMI that would render his statements involuntary. In addition to IDOC records and videos like those admitted at trial, Allen proffered an order and settlement from the Indiana Protection and Advocacy versus the IDOC that the trial court excluded from the suppression hearing as irrelevant. It's just completely irrelevant. In 2011, the Southern District of Indiana held that the IDOC's housing of SMI inmates in solitary constituted cruel and unusual punishment, violating the Eighth Amendment. The Southern District found that SMI includes delusional disorder, psychotic disorder, and MDD. So just because it was the Southern District and not by Gaul. Segregation is harmful to prisoners with SMI due to lack of social interaction, significant sensory deprivation, and forced idleness, leading to decompensation and psychological pain. An inmate compensating from solitary may experience hallucinations, sleep disturbance, memory problems, anxiety, paranoia, depression, eating problems, or engaging in self-injury or suicide. Suicide watch further exacerbates the illness. The severe conditions in the segregation units cause a predictable deterioration of SMI prisoners' mental health, and the IDOC has explicitly observed, diagnosed, and noted patient decomposition. The IDOC knew these effects occurred even in non-SMI offenders. So before a hearing on relief, the parties reached a settlement including an expanded definition of SMI that subsumed? Is that the right? Is that how you say that? I've never heard that word, subsumed.
I can't even see that. Spell it.
Subsumed, S-U-B, summed, S-U-M-E-D, subsumed.
Subsumed?
Subsumed? I've never heard that word, ever.
Either.
Okay. Somebody in chat's going to be like, it's subsumed. Subsumed. I don't know what the hell it means, though.
Maybe it's like only partially assumed. I don't know. Wow, I'm impressed. I got it right. Shit. I feel really smart. I'm just saying.
It's a metallurgist.
Whatever, but I said subsumed, right?
It's like subsumed. Like, what is that? What does that even mean? Like, I want to know. Hold on. Somebody in chat's gonna either tell me it's consumed but not sub. Hold on, I'm looking up the definition. Subsumed.
So partially consumed, underassumed.
It's to include or place within something larger or more comprehensive. So it's like it encompasses that. Okay. So consider it under or like taken up into. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
It's a stupid word. It's pronounced subsumed.
Whatever.
Oh,
Subsumed. Subsumed.
Subsumed. The IDOC's policies refer to the settlement which sets the policy's tone. An inmate with SMI can only be held in solitary for 30 days. If an inmate decompensates into SMI and is unlikely to return to general population within 30 days, a transfer is required. Allen admitted Dr. Westcott's 127-page report. On August 21st of 2023, Westcott evaluated Allen, who had been in the WCU over 9 months. He was terrified, unsure what was real, and wondering if he was dead, in hell, or waiting for heaven. He could not recall weeks of early 2023, including playing with feces, confessing, or banging his head. He believed he had been drugged. Westcott cited IDOC records showing acute periods of confusion, paranoia, delusional thinking, cognitive slowing, aggression, and combativeness. During this period of loss of quote-unquote touch with reality, Allen confessed. Westcott concluded Allen's psychosis stemmed from MDD, his personality, and the well-known effects of solitary confinement. Allen was grossly disorganized, delusional, and paranoid. Objective testing ruled out malingering. The trial court abused its discretion by refusing to admit the IPAs. What is I want to call it the IPAs, but I know it's not IPAs. It's just IPAS. IPAS? Is that what you guys call it? To me, it's a beer. Order settlement, that's a lot of T's, into the suppression hearing. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make a fact of consequence in determining the action more or less probable than it would be without it. Here, the order the settlement makes is more likely Allen's psychosis was caused by his confinement. The order found solitary confinement causes all the symptoms Allen experienced. Allen was more likely to decompensate because he spent 7 months on suicide watch, an even more restrictive form of solitary. The order settlement also makes it more likely Allen was subjected to psychological coercion by showing solitary causes psychological pain. It demonstrates state action, the IDOC placing and keeping Allen in solitary, knowing it was causing this predictable pain. Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted. This was intentional. The order settlement shows how extensively the IDOC violated its own policy, as it includes MDD in the SMI definition, restricting Allen solitary to 30 days. Allen was harmed by the court's refusal to consider the order settlement because it undermined the court's findings and conclusions. So now we're in C. The state failed to prove that Allen's statements made while gravely disabled were voluntary. So number 1, the U.S. Constitution, the state failed to prove that Allen's statements were not a product of psychological coercion. An involuntary statement obtained through state action violates due process and is inadmissible. A confession is voluntary if it is a product of rational intellect and freely self-determined rather than overborne will by state law enforcement conduct. State law enforcement can include psychiatric facilities and prison staff. Statements produced through a coercive environment are involuntary, regardless of whether solicited through police interrogation. So months spent in solitary confinement, deprived of light, adequate food, and contact with the outside world is by itself sufficient to sustain a finding of involuntariness. The staff at the state psychiatric facility created a coercive environment, rendering a juvenile's confessions involuntary. The crucial element is police overreaching. That's from that case. When state actors use more subtle forms of psychological coercion, the defendant's mental illness is more significant in the voluntariness of determination. But the state must also exploit the defendant's illness with coercive tactics. This is generally done through aggressive interrogation, but exploitation can occur in other ways, such as what happened to Richard Allen. It is difficult to imagine a situation in which a confession would be less the product of a free intellect, less voluntary, than when brought about by a drug having the effect of a truth serum. For a statement to be involuntary, state action must be causally related to the confession. Okay, so the state's prolonged solitary confinement of Allen was state action. I don't know how anybody doesn't see that. Contrary to the court's findings that Allen failed to prove state psychological coercion, it was the state's burden to prove Allen's statements voluntary by a preponderance of the evidence. To the extent Allen had minimal burden of production, he met that. Prolonged maximum security solitary confinement of a pretrial detainee, especially after psychosis develops, is state action. Well, yes, because he shouldn't have been there to begin with. Shouldn't have been in solitary for over 30 days. And then if he was, he should have been moved to a facility. And everybody was anti that. Everybody on the state actor's side was anti that. They needed him there. They needed him to keep talking. They had finally gotten to what they needed in April. They were getting what they wanted. Unlike the mentally ill defendant and then when the state needed the big only the killer would know, that's where Walla comes in. Who walked into police station and confessed? Allen never voluntarily came into custody. He consistently protested innocence until and during 5 months of maximum security solitary with no human contact except while chained or caged. Because it was pretrial, Allen's solitary was unprecedented and borderline, if not unconstitutional, punishment. Other IDOC safekeepers were in mental health units, not solitary. On a continuum of possible punishments in the justice system, solitary confinement in a maximum security facility is the most extreme, according to Griffin versus Wisconsin. Also, Allen's solitary exceeded the 30-day IDOC policy restriction. They knew it would harm Allen. When the IDOC observed Allen's predictable deterioration, they refused to transfer him. See, I told you I should just keep reading it. Just ends up saying what I'm saying. Keeping Allen in solitary when he was no doubt SMI was an administrative, not clinical decision, all made by state actors. Finally, the state's conduct also involved the prosecutor, law enforcement, and the court. After Allen filed his April 5th emergency transfer motion citing his dire condition, the prosecutor waited 9 days to respond while investigators monitored real-time calls in which Allen confessed. Think about that. What's the one that they really used? Was that April 13th, if I remember right? If I'm remembering dates right? Which is within that 9 days. During this delay, Allen continued deteriorating. The prosecutor then mocked defense concerns as colorful and dramatic. Well, that same day, IDOC found Allen gravely disabled. Knowing Allen was decompensating, the court refused to transfer him. See, this is crazy to me. None of this is enough for Gold to say, like, no, we've got to do something else. This is against everything. Let's just move him to a facility where he doesn't continue to decompensate. Knowing Allen was decompensating, the court refuses to transfer him, putting the onus on IDOC to provide care. It is fundamentally wrong to keep a gravely disabled Allen in solitary while using against him statements made to psychologists and suicide companions. 1 week later, the prosecutor sought all medical records, videos, and communications while confessions were ongoing. Monitoring and collecting his statements consumed hundreds of hours and produced over 60 confessions. ISP interviewed inmates and guards and even sent a psychologist to speak with Dr. Walla. Allen showed more than sufficient state action. Yeah, they essentially called Andy a liar. There was nothing wrong with him. There was nothing wrong with what was happening to Richard Allen. He was actually being treated better than everybody else. The state's prolonged pretrial solitary confinement with psychological coercion. Allen's solitary was psychological coercion because it was prolonged, it caused psychological pain, and it put him at the mercy of the state. The prolonged nature is coercion because solitary confinement can bring a person to the edge of madness, perhaps to madness itself. This has been recognized in literature, law, and in science. Solitary causes psychological trauma, including psychosis, hallucinations, and paranoia. From day one at WCU at Westville, Allen was placed in a strip cell, the most restrictive cell in the most restrictive solitary unit, with only bare essentials and a camera constantly recording him. Soon thereafter, IDOC ordered guards to videotape him when out of the cell, including showering and his attorney visits. Suicide companions remained outside his door documenting everything, regardless of suicide watch status. He had no contact with anyone unless caged or chained. The sensory deprivation, social isolation, and forced idleness is difficult even for healthy people. A healthy man wrongfully implicated and detained in solitary questioned his memory and suspected he committed the crime, though he stayed sane by reading, exercising, and praying. The experience traumatized him. Early videos show Allen pacing his 8.5 by 12.5 cell, laying down, doing leg crunches, writing, reading, and looking distressed. Cell videos December through March. Within 2 weeks, Allen said he was broken and told his wife, "If this becomes too much for you, call the detectives and I will tell them whatever they want to know." Had Allen's solitary been 30 or even 90 days, he would not have decompensated, but it was 13 months. The prolonged solitary caused Allen predictable psychological pain, paranoia, nightmares, memory problems, and confusion. It is undisputed that Allen deteriorated to being gravely disabled and very psychotic, and the IDOC involuntarily administered antipsychotics between April and late June. Although Walla noted concerns about feigning, she diagnosed psychosis and suspected incompetence and over-medication. God, this woman should not have a fucking license. And Westville only monitored Allen's mental health. Talking with a psychologist while shackled in a cage is not treatment. Solitary put Allen in a constant state of vulnerability. Solitary confinement has long been recognized as psychologically coercive, equated to the rack, the thumbscrew, and protracted questioning from Chambers v. Florida. Pretrial solitary is punishment already underway and conveys without the necessity of spoken words the implied threat of further punishment. It does not matter why a defendant was in solitary, whether justified or whether the prison planned further punishment. It just matters that they were, and it still fucks up their brain. In this harsh environment, Dr. Walla, controlled all aspects of Allen's life, including whether he got bedding, clothes, meal items, books, personal items, and utensils. She could provide a new window and a tablet or strip him to bare necessities. Privileges were contingent on pleasing her. Whether Walla had ill intent is irrelevant. It is what Allen thought and what solitary confinement did to him or would do to many of us. After confessing to Walla on May 3rd, he asked for his property back, and she indicated she needed more consistency. Oh, think about that. Think about that. What is the date that he calls his wife from the phone that she gives him? What date is that? Anybody remember the date?
Don't they say it?
So they probably do eventually. Or I think they may have said it before too. I don't know. I don't remember the date off the top of my head. But I think it's right around May 5th, May 10th. May 10th, Amanda said. It's right after this. Yeah, I think that sounds right. I was thinking 5th or 10th. So yeah, I'm going with that makes sense. So after confessing to Walla on May 3rd, he asked for his property back, and she indicated she needed more consistency. Senator McCain, a prison camp survivor, explained solitary crushes your spirit and weakens your resistance more effectively than any other form of mistreatment. Allen entered solitary confinement compromised, and he left broken. So Allen's confessions were a product of solitary-induced psychosis, not rational intellect. How is it not coercion? I don't know. This is absolute coercion to me. I don't know how people don't see it. Like, it's just there. It's like right in front of your face, and like denying it just seems crazy. On May 3rd, when he confessed, Allen had symptoms of paranoia. Wait, hold on. I didn't read the top one. IDOC records show that Allen continued to suffer from psychotic during the times he confessed. I'm going to go with psychosis. Times he confessed. On April 5th, when he confessed to Dr. Walla, he was not eating or sleeping and was drinking from the toilet. On May 3rd, when he confessed, Allen had symptoms of paranoia and disorientation, despite Walla claiming he presented as more organized than he has been. The day before, he was confusing nightmares with reality and claiming that he started World War III. 2 days before, he was too disjointed to even hold a conversation. Days earlier, he covered himself in feces and claimed that he was King Michael. His confessions to guards occurred during bizarre and psychotic behavior. Guards believed he was faking, but they're not clinicians, and Dr. Westcott found no malingering through objective testing. Allen confessed to his family on April 3rd, May 10th, May 17th, May 25th, and June 11th. On April 3rd, he also fell on the floor, asked if he was dead, and was suicidal. On May 10th, he believed he was dead and that the world would blow up if he slept. His water was poisoned, and he was reliving the same day. On May 17th, he was paranoid of his attorneys and the staff with Odin patches. On May 25th, Allen paced for 2 hours and banged his head. On June 11th, he thought he was in hell and did not understand what was happening. In August, Allen did not remember confessing or weeks of early April. Throughout, he complained of memory loss. State action overbore Allen's will. Allen did not confess until after 5 to 7 months of solitary. Before arrest, he consistently denied involvement. Dr. Westcott opined Allen's psychosis was caused by the stress of solitary confinement on pre-existing illness. So this whole thing right here where it says he did not confess until after 5 to 7 months of solitary. This is where Nick comes in and says that the conversation that Rick had with Kathy about 2 weeks after he was arrested, where he's like, just let me know if you can't handle this and I'll tell them whatever they want to know, that's a confession. That's what he told the jury, that was a confession, that he'll confess to us if it's too much for her. But that's not what he said at all. But that's how he switched it around, saying that no, he was confessing even before he was in solitary. He was confessing right away. So Westcott opined Allen's psychosis was caused by the stress of solitary confinement on pre-existing illness. Dr. Walla agreed that a lot of the time, solitary confinement exacerbates mental illness, and it is reasonable to believe Allen's confinement caused his psychosis. The social isolation of solitary makes people question their self. If you are treated like you are guilty, you begin to think you are. Dr. Gracian testified a false memory starts with a belief. Who else do we know that had false memories? I think she ended up quitting her job. In his first confession to his wife, Allen said, "I think I did it." In his first confession to Dr. Wally, he was unsure if he had sex with the girls. Allen got facts wrong and confessed to crimes he did not commit. He claimed that he shot the girls. The state failed to prove Allen's statements were a product of rational intellect rather than the state's misconduct. Okay, so the Indiana Constitution also protects against the admission of involuntary statements. Indiana's test is like the due process standard, requiring a confession to be freely self-determined by a rational intellect and free will. However, it is more robust because it requires the state to prove voluntariness beyond a reasonable doubt. Also, it does not require state action be coercive to overcome a mentally ill person's will. A mentally ill defendant's statement involuntary due to his altered state and confusion, although officers neither coerced him nor knew of his illness. But mental illness alone will not render a statement involuntary. There must be some state negligence that contributed to overcoming the defendant's rational intellect. So here, the IDOC's refusal to apply their own 30-day policy to Allen and to transfer him after he deteriorated is at minimum negligent state conduct that caused Allen's psychosis and confessions. And the prosecutor's delay and the trial court's refusal to set a timely hearing exacerbated the deterioration. This is conduct that our Constitution cannot tolerate, regardless of whether it constitutes coercion under federal due process. Also, the evidence does not show the statements were a product of rational intellect beyond a reasonable doubt. Allen was considered gravely disabled through June 16th, when he received his last emergency injection due to self-harm. Though Wallace sometimes described Allen as more coherent or his symptoms not significant, the state cannot have it both ways. Allen decompensated to the point of forced medication, but remained rational beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the whole thing I've been saying. If he's so fucking rational, then why the hell are you giving him involuntary injections? Even if Allen could occasionally hold a conversation, it does not render his confessions as voluntary. Okay, so now even if the court finds Allen's statements voluntary, they are a product of unconstitutional detention. Allen's prolonged solitary confinement violated Article 1, Section 12 and 15. Indiana courts are constitutionally bound by the basic concepts of fairness that are frequently identified with due process in the federal Constitution. It guarantees for every person for every injury done to him in his person. Remedy by due course of law. Here, Allen was sent to solitary for safekeeping without even a hearing or notice. Yeah, it's just like, nope, we're just going to make that decision for you. Even when his attorneys informed the court of his dire condition, the court refused to set a hearing in violation of Indiana Code. Although the court eventually held a hearing on June 15th, 2023, by that time, the damage was done. Right, because he's now coming out of it as of what, June 20th is what they're saying? Fairness protections in criminal cases are found in different Indiana constitutional provisions. Just as pretrial punishment violates federal due process, it violates the Indiana Constitution. Indiana is one of just 6 states protecting citizens from unnecessary rigor. The framers wrote, no persons arrested or confined in jail shall be treated with unnecessary rigor. Typically, this provision requires a prisoner suffers severe mistreatment. So recognizing this provision applies to solitary confinement, the Indiana Supreme Court stated, the very essence of punishment and the sole use of the prison walls is the confinement of the convict within them. Humanity indeed forbids as unnecessary rigor that his confinement should be absolutely solitary, or that all his natural and civil rights should be temporarily annihilated. I don't think Nick read that when he went to law school. Here, Allen's treatment rose to the level of unnecessary rigor, and rigor is the, quote, act or instance of strictness, severity, or cruelty, end quote. When Allen started suffering from confusion, memory lapses, paranoia, and bizarre behaviors, there was no longer a risk he could not handle the harsh conditions of maximum security solitary. It was a reality. The strictness, the severity, and cruelty of his confinement is evident on video, where he is screaming in fear, confused about where he is, unable to respond, and drooling and self-harming. The rigor was physical too. Allen lost 40 pounds, was unable to care for himself, was tased, his face was black and blue at times bleeding, and he was poisoned by fecal matter and toilet water. Indifference to his catatonia is shown where medical staff discusses blood pressure and cholesterol with a vacant Allen. The psychological and physical pain was unnecessary. IDOC could have transferred him upon deterioration as policy requires. Even an isolated infirmary cell would have been better than the whole designed for punishment. Likewise, the court could have moved him when the court learned of his dire condition. the constitutional violations require suppression. Over 150 years ago, I'm going to totally destroy his name, Dostoevsky, I cannot say his name, wrote, the degree of civilization in society can be judged by entering its prisons. Writing about the effects of solitary justice, Kennedy hearkened to this quote, noting there is truth to this in our own time. Applying the exclusionary rule to these constitutional violations would deter abuses within our prison system, and law enforcement protect judicial system integrity by showing it condemns such conduct and protect the human dignity of those unable to make bond while awaiting trial. This excludes confessions that was a result of physical abuse. Indiana has a robust exclusionary rule. Indiana adopted the exclusionary rule long before the Fourth Amendment exclusionary rule applied to the states. Under this exclusionary rule, to determine whether a statement is a product of an illegal detention, the court must ask if the statement has been come at by exploitation of that illegality, or instead by means sufficiently distinguishable but to be purged of the primary taint. The court considers, 1, the time elapsed between the illegality. I can't do it unindicted. It's just one of those words. You know how I am. And the acquisition of the evidence, the presence of intervening circumstances, and the purpose of and flagrancy of the official misconduct. First, Allen's statements occurred during the illegality. I just can't. It just doesn't work. Again, this is a well-known connection between solitary confinement and psychosis and delirium. Third, the constitutional violation was flagrant because the IDOC violated its own policies for keeping Allen safe, and the court and prosecutor refused to help when Allen's attorneys warned of his deterioration. Even if this court finds Allen's statements were voluntary because he was not interrogated by law enforcement, he was still gravely disabled when he confessed. As such, his free will did not purge the taint of this illegal detention. The trial court erred by denying the motion to suppress. Illegality. Before a federal or state constitutional error can be held harmless, the court must find it was harmless beyond a reasonable doubt. No piece of evidence may have greater sway over a jury than a defendant's confession. The erroneous admission of statements to Dr. Wallet alone was prejudicial because they were a large part of the state's case, and she's a piece of shit. The prosecutor particularly, in my southern draw, saying it makes college professors laugh out loud. The prosecutors particularly concentrated on Allen's May 3rd statement, arguing that Allen knew a fact only the killer would know. The confessions also countered Allen's confident and unwavering pre-solitary protests of innocence. So the court denied Allen his right to present a complete defense, to explain the scene and impeach the investigation. Okay, so now we're on number 3. So the 14th Amendment guarantees a defendant the right to a fair trial. The amendment's due process clause places significant substantive limits on state power, prohibiting its arbitrary exertion and guaranteeing criminal defendants a fair opportunity to defend against the state's accusations. For an opportunity to be fair, a defendant must be permitted to confront and cross-examine witnesses and to call witnesses in his or her own behalf. These overarching principles operate in tandem with the Sixth Amendment, which similarly guarantees criminal defendants a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. So although trial courts have broad discretion in conducting trials, this discretion has constitutional limits. That is, courts may not infringe upon a weighty interest of the accused through decisions that are arbitrary or disproportionate to the purposes they are designed to serve. As explained more fully below, the trial court made several reversible errors under the rules of evidence and Indiana trial rules. In many instances, these decisions violated the Constitution as well. So while this court assessed claims relating to admitting or excluding evidence for abuse of discretion to the extent those claims implicate constitutional issues, this court reviews them de novo. That's from Ramirez v. State. Errors in the admission of evidence will be disregarded as harmless if its probable impact on the jury in light of all the evidence in the case is sufficiently minor, so not as to affect the substantial rights of the parties. Okay, but none of this is. But when the error is constitutional, the standard is higher. Yep. Generally, before a federal constitutional error can be held harmless, the court must be able to declare a belief that it was harmless beyond a reasonable doubt. This is essentially just saying him not being allowed to present his defense in front of the jury. They're going over just all the case law of would that have impacted a jury? Did he have enough to be able to bring that it would have changed the outcome of the case? If you're only going to bring like one little thing and it's not going to change the outcome of the case, then the appeal court's going to be like, I don't really give a shit. But if you have something that actually could have changed the entire outcome, then it matters. So the court committed reversible error by excluding Blair's sketch of Bridge Guy. At trial, the court prohibited Allen from using Blair's sketch of Bridge Guy. This decision violated our rules of evidence and denied Allen his constitutional right to present a defense of mistaken identity. Evidence is relevant when it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. A court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. This is Rule 403. So, essentially, I think that's what she ended up saying, was that it wouldn't matter. It wasn't relevant. So Blair's sketch proves she did not see Allen on the bridge. Blair did not identify Allen in court as Bridge Guy. But according to the prosecutor, Blair must have seen Allen on the bridge because Allen told us he went onto the Monon High Bridge out to the first platform, which is exactly where Blair saw Bridge Guy. Hi, Fiend! Blair's sketch shows Allen looked nothing like the person Blair saw. Just 3 days after the murders, Blair met with a sketch artist and described the man she saw on the bridge as white, about 20, of medium build, and having brown curly hair. An artist created the following sketch based on Blair's description. This looks nothing like Allen. At the time of the murders, Allen was short, 44 years old with closely cropped hair. Blair's sketch also shows that she and Carbaugh saw different people. The state's timeline for murders is dependent upon Carbaugh and Blair seeing the same person, and the prosecutor told the jury that every eyewitness is adamant the person they saw was Bridge Guy. There's no doubt in their minds. But Blair's sketch disproves this claim. Carbaugh, like Blair, made a sketch. When Blair saw it, she described it as wrong and not who she saw. Blair's sketch impeaches the investigation and shows law enforcement's bias against Allen. For 2 years, law enforcement circulated Carbaugh's sketch without it yielding a single arrest. So in April of 2019, ISP released Blair's sketch, declared it represented the face of Bridge Guy, and announced that Blair and Carbaugh did not see the same person. After Allen's arrest, the story changed, and the jury was told that Carbaugh and Blair saw the same person. Blair's sketch was reliable and probative of Bridge Guy's identity. Blair contacted law enforcement the day the girls went missing, and it was very clear to her she saw Bridge Guy. 2 days later, she developed her sketch with an artist and a book of facial features. She rated her sketch a 10 out of 10 for accuracy. In 2019, she met with law enforcement repeatedly, and she reaffirmed her confidence in her sketch. She insisted that she could identify Bridge Guy if she saw him. Does anybody else think like we should just send her a bunch of fucking pictures of people? Like, if you could identify them, then here, like, let's see. Blair's sketch is not hearsay. Indiana bars the use of out-of-court statements for the truth of the matter asserted unless the statement falls within an exception. Here, Blair's sketch was not a statement. Although Indiana has not reached the issue, other courts hold that a sketch is the functional equivalent of a photograph. Oh, don't. Doug Carter's going to roll over on his hot shards.
A sketch is not a photograph.
Yes, he cannot handle that. Because Indiana has not reached that. Well, strawberry chapstick. Indiana hasn't reached that, but other states have, where they do determine that a sketch is a photograph. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've seen some fucking sketches that I'm like, I don't know what the hell that is, but okay. Oh, Doug will just, he'll never handle that. No statement is involved. Okay. The sketch is not hearsay. A statement is not hearsay if the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement, and the statement is an identification of a person shortly after perceiving the person, which hers is right away. So the rule applies regardless of whether the identifying witness makes a positive in-court identification or not. So here, Blair identified Bridge Guy to law enforcement immediately and developed her sketch 3 days later. And it's not Richard Allen. It's not Richard Allen. So how is it not relevant? I don't know. So Blair's sketch is also admissible as an adoptive admission. A statement is not hearsay when it is offered against an opposing party and is one the party manifested that it adopted or believed to be true. Okay, so this goes back to the whole the press release. So that occurred here in April 2019. The ISP released Blair's sketch to the public and declared, "This is the face of Bridge Guy." So Blair's sketch is admissible under Indiana's common law too. Decades before Indiana adopted the rules of evidence, sketches were admissible if the eyewitness took the stand at trial. Even if the sketch was inadmissible hearsay, Allen was still entitled to use it. The state law does not have the last word on hearsay, and the rule must yield to the constitutional right to present a defense. Hearsay is admissible when other law requires it. When identity is crucial to the case, a defendant is entitled to defend on a claim of mistaken identity. Yeah, there you go. And this right cannot be abridged through application of arbitrary or disproportionate rules or the mechanistic application of otherwise rational rules. Okay, so excluding the sketch violated the Constitution. Here, the state concedes that Bridge Guy's identity was crucial to the case. If we can determine who Bridge Guy is, we can determine who killed Abby and Libby. God. Blair's sketch was critical to Allen's defense of mistaken identity, and the judge's decision to exclude it was arbitrary and disproportionate to any legitimate government interest. The error was harmful under both the constitutional harmless error standard and Indiana's evidentiary standard. There's no dispute the state's timeline depended upon Blair seeing Allen on the bridge and Blair and Carbaugh seeing the same person. Blair's sketch disproved both points. Excluding it affected Allen's substantial rights and the jury's verdict. Don't know why they didn't bring up the fact that you literally told the whole world that it was two different people. Magic thinking. Don't forget magic thinking, all eyes. Okay, so C, the court committed reversible error in excluding Tobin's testimony. Here's your metallurgy guy. Allen tendered William Tobin to explain the scientific community's robust criticism of the AFT's tool mark matching methodology. The judge excluded him because he was not a firearms expert. He was untrained in firearms identification. He did not examine the evidence in this case, and he did not conduct a firearms examination. According to the court, Tobin's testimony does not go to an issue before the jury and lacks relevance. This decision violated our rules of evidence and violated Allen's constitutional rights to present a defense. So expert testimony should be admitted, 1, if the expert is qualified by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education. And 2, the testimony will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine a fact in issue. Our chat, BR? Yeah, that would be one of those sketches. It's like the hair is just like barely sticking out, and then, but sometimes they actually, I can see the resemblance. Okay, expert testimony should be admitted if the expert is qualified. I read that one. In fact, issue. Okay, Indiana adopted this rule to liberalize the admission of expert opinion. Tobin was clearly qualified to explain the scientific community's robust criticism of the AFTE methodology. Tobin is a nationally recognized expert in forensic metallurgy and material science who has testified as an expert in many cases involving the validity and the reliability of firearms and tool marks. He has extensive experience in metallurgy, bullet and lead analysis, and tool mark principles, along with a background in statistics. He understands the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, which has issued a detailed report criticizing the AFTE methodology. That's not important for the jury to hear. Come on, that's just crazy. Tobin's testimony was essential for assessing Oberg's credibility and determining what to believe. Once an expert takes the stand, their credibility is fair game for impeachment. And a party is free to challenge the expert's methodology with opposing testimony from another qualified expert. The jury is ultimately responsible for assessing witnesses' credibility and determining what to believe. No, that's Gull. Gull makes that decision. Here, Oberg testified that she matched tool marks on test firings from Allen's gun with tool marks on the unspent cartridge found at the murder scene. Oberg told the jury she found agreement between the tool marks by using the AFTE methodology. She gave an error rate of a 2.2 for false positives and a 2.87 for false negatives. She discussed studies and articles that she reviewed to apply the methodology. And over relevancy objections, she described studies relating to guns that were not even Sig Sauer model. A lay juror might find this testimony impressive and coherent, but AFT's methodology is anything but straightforward. What's up, Debs? Tobin's experience would help a jury understand the scientific community's criticism of AFT's subjective methodology and force Oberg to engage with that critique. Is Boo here too? Hi, Boo. Even if our rules tolerated Tobin's exclusion, the decision was patently unconstitutional. A defendant is entitled to a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. This entitles him to impeach a witness who provides a crucial link in the proof of the defendant's guilt. Although trial courts possess broad discretion to limit impeachment, the discretion cannot be used to arbitrarily exclude competent, reliable evidence bearing on witness credibility when such evidence is central to the defendant's claim of innocence, or the fact that Oberg has never been wrong. And we can't have somebody up there that tells her she's wrong. Here, Oberg's credibility was central to the case, and the judge arbitrarily excluded Tobin. Tobin is an expert in the AFTE methodology and its shortcomings. He is experienced with firearms identification, and he examined Oberg's materials. There was no legitimate state interest in excluding Tobin. Allen did not waive his right to appeal the Tobin issue by calling Warren. A party aggrieved by an erroneous evidentiary ruling is entitled to respond to the improper ruling without sacrificing the right to appellate recourse. So once the court excluded Tobin, Allen responded by calling Warren, who endorsed the use of the AFTE methodology and engaged Oberg in a battle of experts over how to properly apply the methodology to the evidence. This decision did not waive Allen's right to appeal Tobin's exclusion. The error was harmful under both the constitutional standard and the evidentiary standard. The state told the jury Oberg's never been wrong and that Allen has no explanation of how his bullet from his gun ended up between the bodies of Abby and Libby, 6 inches from Libby's foot. And had the jury heard Tobin's robust impeachment of Oberg's methodology, the outcome of this case would probably be different. Well, if we only have the one juror to go by, they're saying they didn't even consider the unspent round, which is still mind-boggling, but okay. The court committed reversible error in admitting hearsay to rehabilitate the timeline upon which the state built its entire case. The state built its entire case upon the following timeline: that Allen encountered the girls at 2:13. He completed the murders alone, left Libby's phone at the murder scene, was spotted by Carball leaving the scene at 3:56 p.m., and never returned. If Allen committed the murders, there should be no human-initiated activity on Libby's phone after 3:56. But there is. At trial, Allen called Eldridge, a former FBI forensic examiner who examined the data from Libby's phone and testified that wired headphones or an auxiliary cable were plugged into the phone at 5:45 p.m. on February 13th and removed at 10:32 p.m. This action would silence a phone call. And she noted that the data showed an incoming call moments before the headphones were inserted, suggesting somebody was intentionally silencing Libby's phone. Since the state claimed Allen left the murder scene at 3:56, Eldridge's evidence eviscerated the state's timeline and showed someone else committed the murders. The state responded by asking Cecil, its phone expert, whether water damage could simulate headphones being plugged into LG's phone. Over a hearsay objection, Cecil testified that he Googled it and found some unspecified non-peer-reviewed troubleshooting forums reporting that it could. So Cecil's testimony was inadmissible totem pole hearsay. Unless our evidence rules provide otherwise, out-of-court statements are not admissible for their truth. For totem pole hearsay to be admissible, each part of the combined statements must conform with an exception to the rule. Here, the posts on the troubleshooting forum are at least double hearsay. The internet forum and the statements that are posted there. So Cecil's status as an expert does not affect the hearsay analysis. Statements contained in a reliable authority can be admitted over hearsay objection when used to contradict an expert who is testifying on the witness stand. But here the online forum was neither reliable nor used to contradict Cecil. Rule 703 does not avail the state either. Under 703, experts may testify to opinions based on inadmissible evidence if the evidence is of the type reasonably relied upon by experts in the field. Okay, so the rule, however, does not authorize experts to parrot facts that the expert adds nothing to. Cecil added nothing here. He is a mouthpiece for totem pole hearsay that he Googled. Fuck yes. The error was constitutional. A defendant is entitled to a fair opportunity to defend against the state's accusations. This includes the right to impeach a witness through cross-examination when they provide a crucial link in the defendant's guilt. Here, the judge arbitrarily allowed the state to undermine Eldridge's testimony with a person's internet post, and it was impossible for Ellen to impeach the person through cross-examination.
Kind of like that picture of Abby.
I was just like, okay, how, as an attorney, am I supposed to go up and argue with you about something you just found on fucking Google forum? You know what I mean? Like, what? You did what?
Well, he found the Abby picture on Google too.
I thought you just found that on social media.
Google image search. He did like Google. He like Googled picture of Abby on Monon High Bridge, and then picked one that had a timestamp on it. That's literally what he did. He went to images and was like, "Oh, this one has a timestamp."
207, and they've still to this day never been able to prove that it was 207. Like that's still such bullshit. Carry on. Thank you for the memberships. Welcome to all the new members. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I was just, I don't even know where I was, saw with the person's internet post, and it was impossible. Okay, the error was harmful. I already read that part. Okay. The court committed reversible error by excluding evidence that impeached the credibility of Allen's confessions. At trial, Allen sought to impeach the credibility of his confessions. The judge made 3 reversible errors. Together, the decisions violated his constitutional right to present a defense. When a defendant confesses, the manner in which the confession was obtained is relevant to the confession's credibility. Okay, so the court erred by excluding the audio from Allen's solitary confinement videos. At trial, Allen moved to introduce 15 videos showing the conditions he endured in solitary confinement. The court sustained the state's hearsay objection and ordered Allen to mute the videos. I don't understand this. I don't know why mute them. The videos when he showed them to the jury. This was reversible error. The audio shows a delusional, confused, and disorganized mind. The evidence can only be fully appreciated by listening to it. Accordingly, Allen respectfully requests this court to watch the videos with the audio. Again, they've asked for these ones to be watched. And as we now know, they have the Court of Appeals has requested these videos with audio. The statements in those videos are not hearsay. Statements are not hearsay when used to prove a defendant's state of mind. This was precisely Allen's purpose in offering the evidence, and the trial court conceded this. To the extent there are older cases suggesting that a defendant can never admit his own statements, those decisions are inconsistent with and should not survive the adoption of the modern rules of evidence. The audio in the video is also relevant because it impeaches Dr. Wallace's testimony and undermines her medical records. So Wallace's evidence gave the misleading impression that Allen provided organized and detailed confessions with a beginning, a middle, and an end. But the omitted audio rebuts this, showing a disorganized, nonsensical, and confused Allen. On May 3rd, for example, Dr. Wallace describes Allen's mind as more organized than he'd been. But the April 28th video puts the statement in context, showing a disjointed, tangential, nonsensical, and rambling Allen. He is plainly psychotic and uncredible. The audio also presents a vivid picture of solitary confinement's harsh conditions. Staff talk callously to Allen. Guards remark how long feces is on his back. Inmates tell him to kill himself. And medical staff ignore obvious signs of SMI and overmedication. In one video, medical personnel ask Allen about his cholesterol and blood pressure while ignoring his catatonia and drool. Without the audio, this video presents as misleading impression that the medical professionals are attentive, when in fact they are not. The error was harmful. The audio shows that Allen's statements in solitary confinement are unworthy of belief. Excluding them therefore affected his substantial rights and likely influenced the jury's decisions. The trial court, so number 2, the trial court committed reversible error in prohibiting the jury from hearing 2 phone calls Allen made on April 3rd. So on April 2nd, Allen called his mother and discussed finding religion. In the early morning hours of April 3rd, Allen made 3 intertwined calls. Over objection, the jury heard the second call where Allen confessed to his wife, but the judge prohibited the jury from hearing the calls that bookended it, where Allen questioned his sanity and the veracity of his own statements. Trooper Harshman's testimony made the error worse. Over objection, Harshman claimed that when confessing, Allen was consistently calm and subdued and solemn, in tone showing no indication of duress or stress. But the excluded April 3rd calls discredit this testimony. Allen was confused and forgetful in those. He believed he was losing his mind and that the IDOC was poisoning him. He referred to being mentally tortured, comparing his environment to Guantanamo Bay. Independently, this error was harmful and warrants reversal. In closing, the prosecutor told the jury Allen started confessing on April 3rd because he'd given himself to Jesus the day before. The excluded April 3rd calls tell a different story. Allen was losing his mind, showing lapses in memory, confusing dreams with reality. The prosecutor got to offer an inculpatory story for how the confession started, while Allen was prohibited from presenting exculpatory story through contemporaneous evidence. Number 3. The trial court erred by excluding the statements and behaviors that provided the foundation for Dr. Grassian's opinion that Allen's confessions were not credible. So at trial, Dr. Grassian testified that Allen suffered from delirium, but the judge prohibited Dr. Grassian from discussing the statements that provided the foundation for his opinion, including Allen's statements that were patently false. This was reversible error. First, Allen's false statements were not hearsay. He offered the statements to show his state of mind and prove that he was saying things unworthy of belief. Second, even if hearsay, the statements were admissible under Evidence Rule 703, which provides that experts may testify to opinions based on inadmissible evidence, provided it is the type reasonably relied upon by experts in that field. And third, the statements were admissible because the state opened the door 3 times. Harshman testified that Allen's confessions were consistent with the facts and included details only the killer would know. The state also paraded witnesses before the jury who opined that Allen's mind was intact when he confessed and that he was faking his symptoms. Dr. Walla testified she saw no reason to screen Allen for delirium. Allen was entitled to counter all this with evidence that his statements were false, inconsistent with the murder scene, and consistent with delirium. Independently, this error was harmful and warrants reversal. In closing, the prosecutor molded a story that, despite Allen's undisputed psychosis, his confessions were truthful. The judge affected the jury's decision when she prohibited Allen from showing that he made repeated, untruthful confessions. Together, the above 3 errors violated the Constitution. The Constitution prohibits a court from stripping a defendant of the power to describe to the jury the circumstances that prompted his confession. That is precisely what occurred here. Allen repeatedly presented evidence that placed his confessions into context and impeached their credibility, but the judge arbitrarily excluded the evidence and disproportionately ruled in the state's favor. That's probably one of my favorite parts of this whole thing, is that right there. The trial court committed reversible error in denying Allen's motion to correct errors. So Allen timely filed a motion to correct errors, arguing the state elicited false testimony and allowed it to go uncorrected. The trial court denied the motion. We all know the motion to correct error. The 14th Amendment, and this is when everybody got all up in arms because Osbrook was trying to build his own YouTube channel. The 14th Amendment is violated when the prosecution knowingly solicits false testimony or knowingly allows it to go uncorrected. This is fucking Brad Weber. This is goddamn Brad Weber. According to Dr. Walla, Allen confessed that he was attempting to rape the girls but abandoned his efforts and fled with them across the creek when he saw a van. Trial of the state elicited testimony from Brad Weber, who told the jury he left work, the Subaru factory in Lafayette, around 2:02 on February 13th, and he drove his white cargo van directly home. Prosecutor told the jury that the timeline for Weber's testimony, Allen's confession, and the step data on Libby's phone matched perfectly and proved Allen guilty. And it doesn't fucking match at all. It's all bullshit. If you take a look at the health app data, there's a pause in the movement for 7 minutes. He has 7 minutes with them. But before he can finish his deed or his deeds, he sees a van. Brad Weber's coming home from work down his private drive to his home, and he scares Richard Allen. Then Richard Allen forces the girls across the creek to a spot in the woods and secluded spot, and he kills them. He cuts their necks. That's fucking McClellan's little bitch ass. Weber's testimony was false, and the state knew it. Specifically, security camera footage from Weber's neighbor showing him arriving home at 2:44, and an FBI report showing Weber's cell phone arriving home at 2:50. The error was constitutional and requires reversal. Also makes it so that when there is a new trial, that Nick should sit the fuck down. The error was constitutional and requires reversal. Errors require reversal if it could have contributed to the verdict. Here, the false evidence, if corrected, would show that Weber's arrival home was inconsistent with the state's murder timeline. He arrived home 25 minutes after the pause in movement on Libby's phone, and nearly 15 minutes after Libby's phone was on the other side of the creek and hundreds of yards away from Weber's home. Thus, Allen's statements to Walla are inconsistent with the truth and suggest he was delirious. Also suggests that he didn't have fucking information that only the killer would know. G. The trial court committed reversible error when it excluded Allen's evidence explaining this murder as a ritual killing. Okay, so the court prohibited Allen from explaining the murder scene as a ritual killing. This was reversible error. Evidence which tends to show that someone else committed the crime logically makes it less probable that the defendant committed the crime and thus meets the definition of relevance in Rule 401. Here, Allen tendered Don Perlmutter, a recognized expert in ritualistic killings and atypical homicides, to explain the elements of ritual killings. Ritual killings commonly occur outdoors in wooded areas and near bodies of water. They occur on holidays significant to the group and commonly often involve the use of ceremonial knives. There will be symbolism at the scene, and with Norse pagan rituals, the symbolism will likely involve runes, arranging natural objects in a specific way, and perhaps combining the runes with blood, blooding the runes. You don't get bullet wounds with ritual murders. Rather, there is usually throat slitting, blood loss, and perhaps torture. You would expect the sacrifice to be displayed or arranged at the scene in a manner that is significant to the group. And finally, you would expect to see an atypical or symbolic blood pattern at a ritual killing. According to Perlmutter, this murder scene included all these elements. The murders occurred outdoors in a clearing and near a large creek. The murders coincided with the Nordic holiday Valis, I don't know whatever one it is. We've gone back and forth on that, which honors Odin's son. The girls' throats were cut with a knife and they bled extensively. Perlmutter found the sticks to be obvious symbolism and difficult to explain in any other way. In her opinion, the stick arrangement on Abby mirrored the Norse rune Gibo, and the stick formation on Libby looked like a Nordic bind rune. Perlmutter also explained that the bodies were arranged in a manner consistent with pagan ritual. An upside-down hanging body is an important element of Norse paganism because Odin hung from a tree for 9 days before discovering runes, and Odin's leg is often displayed with one leg bent behind the other. Here, the blood patterns on the girls' faces suggested a person lifted their bodies and articulated their torsos and necks above their chins. Abby's leg was bent behind the other, mirroring the classic image of Odin, and the blood pattern on the tree appeared to look like a Norse pagan Fehu rune. Perlmutter had the knowledge, skill, and experience to offer this testimony. Expert testimony should be admitted if 1, the expert is qualified by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, and 2, the testimony will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine a fact and issue. Here, Perlmutter is an expert in ritualistic killings and a recognized federal subject matter expert on atypical homicide and ritualistic crime investigation. And she is the author of Ritualistic Crime Scene Investigation, a field guide for law enforcement officers investigating ritually motivated crimes. She teaches about ideological and ritualistic killings, and she is familiar with the practice of Norse paganism or Odinism. She was qualified to offer her testimony. I don't think that any of that, I don't think they were saying that she was Gold knocked all of this out just by basically saying that there was no nexus to have any of this anyway, so it didn't matter. So I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the actual ruling by Gold to see about Perlmutter, but I feel like Perlmutter was just gone based on the no third party. Okay, so Perlmutter's testimony was not conjecture. There was always a discussion among law enforcement that this may be a ritual murder and that the sticks were Nordic runes. The BAU declined to exclude the pagan ritual as a plausible explanation for the murder scene. Consulting professor found it quite plausible. The stick markings constitute an instruction inspired by Norse runes or modern recreations thereof. And an undercover law enforcement officer familiar with runes also found pagan symbolism at the scene. Perlmutter's testimony would have been helpful to the jury, although motive is not an element of murder. Juries want an explanation for the crime. The only way I can see this coming back up, like during that trial, was by having, by them calling it an undoing. Once the state called it an undoing, they should have been able to say, the defense really should have been able to say what they believed it was. Perlmutter's testimony would be helpful to, although the motive is not, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We read that. And when motive is unclear or inconsistent with the defendant's guilt, juries are more likely to acquit. Similarly, when a murder scene is complex or unusual, it is important. Well, this is absolutely why Nick was not going to allow any of that. He did not want any of that in there because they could not tie Richard Allen to anything to do with Norse paganism. If they had, he would have used every bit of that. Similarly, when a murder scene is complex or unusual, it is important the jury receive an explanation. Here, the murder scene was complex and unusual, and the jury would naturally want an explanation. The sticks immediately stand out to any rational person as unusual and warranting explanation. Perlmutter's testimony provides an answer, explains the scene, and offers a motive. Well, that's another reason too, is because the state does let the jury hear their opinion on what the sticks mean by saying that it was for camouflage, to hide the girls from the public. So the defense should therefore be able to say what they believe the sticks are for. So Perlmutter's testimony provides an answer, explains the scene, and offers a motive. Her testimony would be helpful to a jury. Excluding Perlmutter violated the Constitution. A defendant is entitled to answer the prosecution's case with his version of the facts so the jury may decide where the truth lies, and a judge cannot infringe upon this right through the arbitrary, disproportionate, or mechanistic application of the rules of evidence. Accordingly, if the state offers an inculpatory explanation for the evidence, trial courts cannot use the rules of evidence to prohibit the defendant from offering an exculpatory explanation. So basically what I just said, if they're saying that this is why something is, then the defense should be able to have their opinion on why something is the way it is. So by excluding Perlmutter's testimony, the court allowed the state to offer an inculpatory explanation for the murder scene while denying Allen his constitutional right to offer an exculpatory explanation. This arbitrarily and disproportionately denied Allen his constitutional rights to present a defense. 1 bazillion percent.
One bazillion.
1 bazillion percent. Okay, so the error was not harmless. The state told the jury repeatedly this case was about a brutal murder, and it explained the evidence in a manner that incriminated Allen. The jury received a one-sided explanation for the crime without Allen being able to counter it. The error affected Allen's substantial rights and altered the jury's decision. So H, the trial court denied Allen his right to show the state's investigation was incomplete, overlooked plausible leads, and mishandled evidence relating to third-party guilt. Okay. A trial court prohibited Allen from presenting any evidence regarding the manner, quality, and thoroughness of the investigation into this murder as a ritual killing. They weren't allowed, not even just the ritual killing. I mean, I think this is all encompassing of everything Keegan Kline, everything Ron Logan, everything Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall. They were not allowed to show the jury any form of any investigation the cops did for 5.5 years. It was essentially like the girls died, cops are over here doing whatever you want to think that they're doing, and then 5.5 years later, oh look, we found the guy. Like none of the stuff in between there, the jury knows nothing about any of that.
Mm-hmm.
A defendant is entitled to have his case proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and the accused can create
I mean,
doubt.
let's be honest. What defense did she allow him to have? You know what I mean? What was it? I
None.
didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. Like,
It wasn't me. That's all I could say. It wasn't me. He was not allowed to there was no way for him to be able to prove by eyewitnesses, by expert witnesses, nothing. Anybody who could prove that it wasn't him was not allowed to testify, or they weren't allowed to ask about it.
I mean, they weren't even allowed like the DNA person. They weren't allowed the metallurgist, even though literally the jury asked a question that like only a metallurgist would have been able to answer. The confessions, like we're lucky they even let them get into that.
Well, I that she even allowed them to play the video without the audio.
I think the audio would have made a big difference, though, and obviously they think that as well.
All right, hold on real quick, you guys. I'll be right back. Sleuthy, if you want to talk, you can talk. I think I fixed her mic. If it's still too loud, let me know.
Am I still too loud? Watch, she's going to leave, and now I'll be too low. You won't be able to hear me. I'm driving. Yeah, I don't know. It seems so like these are things that we've been screaming about. I guess I didn't think that they weren't going to be able to come up with things that were wrong. If anything, I felt like there's just so many things wrong that maybe they'd have a difficult time squeezing it all in and getting into it as best they can. But so far, I don't know what page you're on, but I'm glad they've brought up everything that they've brought up. It's just like sickening to me that usually when you read these, usually when you read these, like these appeal briefs, it's usually like really damning evidence, and they're like, you know, yeah, let's say DNA, like, yeah, their DNA was there, but the error is that blah, 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 or the lawyer should have done this, or we should have been, the expert shouldn't have said that, but like this evidence is still really damning. Like this stuff is still not damning. Like it's just all garbage. Like none of it is good. Like I don't even understand how we're here doing this.
No. Well, to me, it's like this entire brief is literally just showing that anything that the defense team tried to do to defend Richard Allen they were told no.
Yeah, and also remember when Andrea was here with us, and she's like, it's like how they're going to handle it or whatever, with regards to his state of mind and stuff at the time of the confessions, would be like, does it shock the conscience? Like, I just would be so curious to know how many people are reading this and it doesn't shock their conscience. Like, is it because they can't see him? Like, should they have included pictures of his face all fucked up and black and blue?
I'm surprised they didn't put the pictures in. Yeah. The one from the attorneys from the April 4th, 5th, and then the other one later with the black eyes. I'm surprised those.
Well, there's no way it's not in the appendix. It got to be in the appendix, and they'll refer to it when they're reading the brief. So they have to be in there. There's no way that they're not.
Yeah, I haven't even skimmed these bad boys yet. So
me either.
Okay, so sorry, I don't know where I was. The trial court prohibited any evidence regarding the manner, quality, and thoroughness of the investigation. Oh, Heavy, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate everything you do. Prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And the accused can create doubt by showing that the investigation was incomplete, overlooked plausible leads, or that law enforcement mishandled evidence relating to a third party's guilt. Well, they did try to show about this whole, like, everything was deleted, that Mullen deleted everything, but then they lied on the stand and said, oh, yeah, no, we had a list of everybody. We knew exactly. He knew exactly who he interviewed. After, in the depositions, they said they had no fucking idea who they interviewed. Here, Allen presented evidence that the states performed an incomplete investigation, mishandled and destroyed evidence, and overlooked plausible third-party leads connected to pagan rituals. After examining the scene, several officers believed it was too complex for just one person to be involved. The Carroll County Sheriff immediately thought the sticks related to pagan rituals. The day the girls went missing, law enforcement learned that Abby was having a secret relationship with Logan Holder, the son of Brad Holder. That week, law enforcement interviewed Holder and his friend Patrick Westfall. Holder reported being involved in a pagan tribe and spending every weekend in Delphi, engaging in pagan rituals with Westfall and 5 or 6 others, including women. These rituals involved animal sacrifice and human bloodletting. Holder told police he owned a .40 caliber gun, but officers did not examine or collect that weapon, nor did they search his phone. Holder told police he was at work at Liberty Landfill when the girls went missing. Law enforcement recorded over Holder's interview, permanently deleting it. In his interview, Westfall told law enforcement he knew the woods where the girls were murdered very well. He reported knowing the girls but denied ever meeting them. He also reported being a religious leader for local pagans, and he wore a necklace to the interview representing his efforts to pledge the Vinlanders. Law enforcement neglected to record Patrick Westfall's interview, and when asked for an alibi, Westfall claimed he was home with his minor son. In the 5.5 years between Westfall's interview and Allen's arrest, law enforcement took no further action. After Holder's interview, tipsters repeatedly called and reported him as a person of interest, claiming he posted pictures of half-dead women with symbols out of tree branches. On April 13th, okay, this is just weird to me. Let's just think about this. Why would anybody be tipping in somebody who's posting symbols of tree branches?
True. Like, how would they know that was even relevant at all?
Right. Like, he puts all these, all the sticks out there that he finds in the woods. He posts them on social media. Why would that matter to anybody who's looking at his social media from, like a social media sleuth? Like, that part is so interesting to me.
But maybe it wasn't social media sleuths. Like, maybe it was actual locals and like people that know.
It has to be. It has to be. But they even said that otherwise in the documents, though, that Ryan Boucher thought it matched, like the sticks and stuff, it matched the crime scene, and how he was interested in that pic of the dead girls with the sticks on them because of what it matched the crime scene. And I've always said, since the Franks memo, how did he know in Georgia what the fuck the crime scene looked like?
Well, too, it could have been like rumors about what the crime scene may look like, and people were going off of that. But I would be willing to say that a majority of the tips that were tipped in regarding him were locals and people that knew him. Like, I don't think it was random social media people because they started talking about him.
Locals and people that knew him, as the cops are going on TV saying somebody will recognize you.
That's what you mean. Nobody recognized Rick Allen.
But nobody recognized Richard Allen, but everybody recognized Brad Holder. That's what we're hearing right now?
Yeah, basically.
Goal is not. I don't think Goal gives two shits about this. I'll be honest with you. I don't think Goal gives two shits.
Bro, she would never. Her literal job was to read the 136 page, or what was it, 136 page Frank's memo. She didn't even fucking read that. Why would she read this when she has no obligation to? 100 and some odd pages.
No, she's happy. She's happy with her decision. Okay, so on April 13th, 2017, officers visited the landfill to investigate and spoke with an employee, Susan Case. This is just like, they're just wrapping everything up because we're in the last few pages of this. So we're here. It's a lot of repeated information because they have to put this in this. Certain information has to be in certain sections. So like this is just them wrapping up, and we're getting a lot of repetitive info. Who provided a printout showing Holder swiped out of work at 2:45, which was 30 minutes after the bridge guy video. Case invited the officers to review video to confirm the printout's accuracy. They declined, nor did they interview other employees. Unified Command marked Holder as a cleared suspect. April 12, 2017, shortly before taking medical leave, Winters received a call from Ryan Boucher, shared the pictures from Holder's social media. Winters found a concerning similarity between the murders and the pictures posted on Holder's social media. Those pictures depicted young girls believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies. Winters also noted similarity between the stick formation on Abby and a binder and holder tattooed on Drew on his hand. Holder's social media was featured him holding guns and handmade knives. Winters immediately recommended to his supervisors that law enforcement investigate Holder further, which they declined to do, claiming his alibi was cleared by the FBI. Holder displayed a painting he made of Odin upside down with his right leg tucked behind his left, just like Abby's legs. Holder's painting also featured a red Fehu rune. Winters was not satisfied and urged the ISP to conduct its own investigation. No further action was taken. In September of 2022, the state charged Allen. At Allen's insistence, law enforcement re-examined Holder, and Holder's story about Abigail Williams began to change. Back in 2017, he'd never met her. By August of 2023, he told law enforcement he met her once. During his deposition in 2024, he'd met her twice, one of those at Westfall's house. On April 4th of 2024, Allen's counsel deposed Case, the Liberty Landfill HR officer, and found that Holder did not have exclusive control over his employee badge on the day the girls went missing. Allen also uncovered evidence that impeached the course of the investigation even further, because Holder told his wife he had a fight with Westfall because Westfall wanted to up from animal slaughter to a different type of sacrifice. Holder then told her that Westfall killed Abby with others and that she needed to keep her mouth shut about it. The evidence shows a shoddy, incomplete, and mishandled investigation into this murder as a ritual killing and raises a reasonable doubt that Holder and Westfall were responsible for the murders. Allen was entitled to present this evidence to the jury, and the jury committed reversible error by excluding it, and the judge committed reversible error by excluding it. The error violated the Constitution and affected the jury's decision. The Constitution entitles a defendant to attack not only the probative value of crucial physical evidence and the circumstances in which it was found, but the thoroughness and even the good faith of the investigation as well. Here, the omitted evidence created reasonable doubt and raised questions of the utmost importance about the manner, quality, and thoroughness of the investigation that led to Allen's arrest 5.5 years after the murders. Had the judge heard it, a different result was had the jury heard it, a different result was likely. Okay, so we're in conclusion. The very premise of our adversary system of criminal justice is that partisan advocacy on both sides of a case will best promote the ultimate objective that the guilty be convicted and the innocent go free. Because the trial court prohibited the jury from hearing Allen's side of the story, showing how law enforcement went down the wrong path, justice could not be done. The appellant, Richard Allen, requests this court reverse his convictions. And there you have it. There's your brief. So what do you guys think? What do you think, Sleuth?
So I think that probably some of the things that I'm a little worried about is that the argument from the state is going to be that, like, for instance, the audio of Rick's prison transportation or whatever. I don't feel like, I remember when I was reading the trial transcripts that I was like, they aren't putting up much of an argument about anything. Like, when Nick would say something, they'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine, okay. And I was thinking, what? Like, why are you not arguing about this? And so I guess my concern is that the state is going to come back and say, like, oh, with regard to the sound, on Rick's prison videos and stuff, you know, the defense had an opportunity to argue that, and instead they just said, okay, we'll have Max remove the audio.
Because they didn't put up the argument in court?
Right.
And
then be like, well, had they argued that, instead of just saying, okay, we'll remove it, like, you know, let's make Max work overtime so that he can get rid of the audio, then maybe it would have been different. But the time to have argued that was at trial, not now, you know?
Yeah, they should have used, I don't know. There's so much, like, that I believe that they just, like, when it came to goal, that they just, like, gave up.
Right, 100%. And like, I think that the Google thing with Cecil, I do think that, like, I think that was probably one of the things that stuck out as to me as one of the issues during trial, that they actually was like, this is fucking insanity. What do you mean you're going to let him testify to what you just saw on Google while we all went to the bathroom?
Right. And she was like, yeah, no, it's fine. And I think that I also wondered when that happened, if they were just like, we're not winning. Like, we're never going to win anything with her. Like, I don't, like, what are we doing here?
Well, yeah, they might have been told that Rick had to testify if the audio was used, but I don't think that's true. I feel like there should have been a way to argue it, kind of like how they did in this brief.
Right. Well, I mean, they needed to be prepared for that, I think. And I mean, obviously, like, they're looking up case law here. They're having the time to sit down and research it. If you're in the moment, you don't necessarily know exactly what you have to argue. You know what I mean? Unless you're already ready for that argument. And she doesn't let them argue anything. Like, they needed to come back with something and say, hey, this is why this is important, before we just give up on it and take the audio off.
Well, and I think they also didn't want to, like, have the judge's clear disdain for them to be even more obvious in front of a jury. I think they didn't want to be, like, reprimanded in front of a jury. I think they didn't want to be made to look stupid in front of the jury. And so they were, like, in their heads, like, well, if we argue this and we look like we're putting up too much of an argument, and then she catches an attitude and then he catches an attitude, then the jury's going to think that we're just pieces of shit. You know what I mean?
So when the defense this is for somebody in chat that was asking, the defense wanted to play these, the state objected. And when the state objected that it would be hearsay, then she told them they had to remove the audio. And then the defense never argued with a counter argument of, like, hey, what about XYZ case, or what about?
Correct. They just turned around and removed it.
Just turned around and removed it. And I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that, like, that they didn't want to piss her off. They already knew that they were not liked by her, and that the jury, you don't want the jury to think the judge doesn't like you, because for whatever reason, as a juror, you think the judge is, like, never going to be wrong. You know what I mean? Like, they're like the end all be all.
100%. Right.
And then you have this judge who's like, they're always super nice to the jurors, like, thank you guys so much. And it's like, you don't realize what a bitch she fucking is, and how she's actually railroading, or helping railroad an innocent man. Like, you don't know that as a juror. So you're just like, oh, she's so nice. And so if this guy pisses her off, like, he must be really bad. And you already have the jury already has the mindset that this guy was arrested for something. He's a bad dude because he was arrested. They had to have something to arrest him.
And that was why all the other stuff was important, like being able. So, like, I actually, long ago, like right when the Franks memo came out, I did research on this, and it was talking about, like, the perspective of jurors and the odds of them being perceptive to a defense of third party. And the point of, like, this study or whatever was to show, and it did show, that it was a much more effective, and I think you would probably guess that this would be true, but it's much more effective of a defense when you're able to give them the other person or persons that it might be. If you're just going up there and you're saying, I didn't do it, it wasn't me, that's not enough, because they do go into it thinking what you're saying. Like, we wouldn't be here if it was, if they didn't think that it was you. So, like, if it's not you, then who is it? And that is the ultimate question, is if it's not the defendant, then who is it? And if the defense isn't able to answer that, or is not allowed to answer that, or can't come up with any way to answer that, then it's kind of like a pointless defense. Like, we can say it's not their job to figure out who did it. And that's true. But at the same time, they don't have to necessarily prove it to the jury. Like, this other person 100% without a doubt did it. But they need to be able to offer people that look more suspicious than the defendant. I think they absolutely could have done that had they been allowed to.
that's the literal creation of reasonable doubt. Like it could, oh my gosh, it could have actually been somebody else. It could have been one of these other guys. Why didn't the cops look into this, that, or the other? Maybe it was the Ron Logan. Maybe it was a Keegan Kline. Or the fact that you have all these people confessing to this crime. Wait a minute. So you have this guy who's in psychosis confessing. You also have these other guys who aren't in psychosis confessing. So that's fucking weird. Like, so does that make his confessions less? You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
they're not allowed to bring up any of that.
look at the box cutter detail, right? That was like supposedly, and that was played off to the jury as though that was something that only the killer would know. And I told you before, my entire opinion on this would change if like part of Rick's confessions included the fact that the girl's wounds were oriented differently. One was horizontal and one was vertical. That would mean a lot to me. It would have been really beneficial for them had they been able to say, "Oh, the box cutter is a possible murder weapon and something only the killer would know," because so and so was saying that they killed the girls with a box cutter months after the murders, 6 years ago.
So
and the jury would have been like, "What? How did that person know?"
Using box cutters.
Well, then it would be up to the jury to be like, okay, so is the box cutter thing really something that only the killer would know? Or did a lot of people know it? Or did the actual real killer know that long ago?
And that information is fed to somebody who's in psychosis or just randomly making it up. So Andy Cops was asking, like, so the errors that we're talking about, would that be a judge error or would that be a defense team error about them not arguing the points for the audio and the video?
Well, that would be a defense error.
Well, it's a judge error because the judge makes the ruling. So this is, now we're going to leave it open to what the judge
makes the ruling.
What the judge for the
these.
Going to say.
Yeah, these are going to.
Right.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, Sleuthy's trying to say is, like, she's worried that the judge for the, like, on the appellate side is going to be like, if this was such a big deal, why didn't the defense team argue it? They let it go. So it obviously isn't. But the actual ruling, what should have been, it's not actually hearsay. And not to mention, she allows fucking Google hearsay in from an expert witness, but doesn't allow the jury to actually hear Richard Allen himself. And I do know that part of it does come down to that, if you want to talk about your own confessions, you have to actually take the stand. But the problem is those were already brought up. Like what was happening was already, the confessions were already brought up by the state. So in defense of what the state is claiming, they should be able to show physical evidence. That's what the appellate team is trying to say here, is like, he doesn't need to testify because the state brought it up. Therefore, he has a right, the defense team has the right to defend their client by saying, here, see this information in its full capacity for the rules of completeness.
Yeah, so my thing is
I'll be right back.
Okay. My thing is that I think that the appellate court will look at it as, so like, okay, so you're the judge, one party makes an objection and the other one doesn't argue anything against that objection, then the judge isn't going to like come up with an argument against the objection. Like it's not opposed in a sense. So they only make a ruling off of what information that they have, what arguments they have in front of them. And so I worry that any opportunity that they missed to make an argument in front of her so that she could make a ruling, I feel like they're going to say, well, the judge made her ruling with the information and argument they had in front, she had in front of her. And because the defense didn't, give her any other argument to consider, then she was like within her discretion or whatever. That's what I worry about, which then I guess could become an issue of like ineffective assistance of counsel and post conviction, but I don't know where Michael is. He was in here a long time ago and was trying to gather his thoughts about that other thing that was filed. Yeah, I mean, they weren't allowed to talk about Ron Logan. So Gray, um, she said, but they didn't fail to preserve it if it wasn't a situation where they were supposed to object. I think that particular situation that we're talking about is the one with the one example that we used was the one with the audio. It wasn't their objection. It was the state's objection.
Okay, I'm back.
Hmm.
I thought this was done really well. The brief. I think it's done really well. I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, who knows what the outcome is, but they took a lot of the issues that we knew publicly, and I think they wrote that it was very well written.
I'm glad they didn't use a fucked up font that's like hard to read. You know how sometimes they use them fonts that are
Yeah.
like where all the letters run together and shit, and I don't like that. They used a good font.
All right. So, is any other final thoughts? I've been on here for over 4 hours. I just read this whole damn thing. So
You did great, Teresa.
Mav's like, Teresa just raw dogged 113 pages, and Gull couldn't even read a Frank's memo.
Yeah, right. And you basically like read a whole transcript by yourself.
Yeah. So I'm tired. I was thinking though, the Frank's memo was 136 pages, and I think I had to do it
read
in like
that alone.
I think I had to do that in like 6 parts though.
Oh,
Like there was no raw dog, and like I was like so consumed with what was happening in that sucker that I was like, it was hours upon hours.
I also think they like used smaller font and put way more information per page than these people did.
Oh
Like
yeah,
way more information.
Yeah, that's true. It was definitely smaller font. Well, thank you
So,
guys, and thank you, Sleuthy, for making sure I was like on this morning.
of course, I'll have you all know that I sent her a message, and I
She
was
did.
like, then I texted red sirens, all while I was working.
Yes,
Get
she
her on
did.
here to read this.
She did. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, because it took me a while, I didn't have my phone with me. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh shit! All right, let me figure this out. Let me do it. All right. Well, I don't know. So we
We got to pilfer through all those volumes, though. I'll have to look through.
They have 5 days or 10 days
30?
to respond. The state.
30?
They have 30?
Yeah, where are you getting 5 or 10?
Fuck, I don't know, dude. I'm tired, dude. I just read a lot of shit.
Okay, wait. I'll tell you the exact answer. Hold on.
Okay. I'm like, we just went over this too, and I can't. Chester, do I think it will make a difference? Do I think it will work? I think they pointed out some very legitimate issues, and for me, I feel better now that I've read it, knowing what they're focusing on, and they didn't do a lot of the Todd Click, Greg Ferenczi side of thing. You know what I mean? Like they just brought in the straight to the point. She denied this, and this is the violation. This is why it's the violation, and these are case law that support why it's a violation. Like it's very clean cut. And that's why I said there's a lot that's repetitive, but you have to do it per section for them to be, like for the judges to be able to go, okay, like here's your legal section, here's your summary section. You know what I mean? Like so it has to kind of be in there repetitive, but I feel better now that I know what they're focused on. That's just kind of my opinion.
All right. So Kara said, now the state technically has 30 days to file a response brief. My guess is the state will ask for at least one 30-day extension of time, maybe more. Once the state files its brief, Alan's lawyers will have 15 days to file the final reply brief. They too can ask for additional time.
Okay, so 30 days from yesterday, they have the option to ask for a 30-day extension, so it could be 60 days. And then
or more, they could get more.
They could get more, I guess, if they continued to ask. And then the appellate team has 15 days to reply to that, but they can also request extensions. Yeah, it could be the same outcome. Yeah, they could just say no. Too bad. All right. Well, go enjoy the rest of your Thursday. As always, I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you could have spent your time, and you chose to spend your time here with me, listening to me read, which sometimes can be a kerfuffle all on its own. So I love you guys. Thank you for that. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Thursday, and hopefully we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah. These are kind of being like too few and far between, man. So
I know I got to get back on it. I will. It's hard with the holidays. My son's birthday, he just turned 9. So then we had his party, then we had Christmas parties. So there's just a lot. My mom's birthday is tomorrow. It's like, ugh. It's just
oh my God. Well, tell your son happy 9th birthday. We're late. And then your mom, happy birthday tomorrow.
Okay. I will. All right. Love you guys.
We'll see you soon. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.